Yeah, yeah. Yo.
So there's one that we found there, but I still think it's in terms of size, it looks more or less like this one. Because he said we should look for a smaller table for members.
One, two. Testing. 1, 2. One, two. Testing. 1, 2.
Speaker mic 1, 2. Sí.
One, two, 1, 2. Yes, what?
Two, two.
2, 2.
Ugh, man, where's the other thing?
Madam Speaker.
There will now be a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Order, honorable members. There was a member whose name will remain unknown who kept on saying, Madam Speaker. He's on my right, but I'm not going to say who he is. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignations of Ms. C. Velskert, Ms. S.G. Hojane, and Mr. G.F. Jonas have been filled by the nominations of Mr. S.H.M. van Wyk, Ms. M.L. Matopa, and Mr. M.V. Daniels, respectively, with effect from 11 November 2024. The members have made and subscribed to the oath in the Speaker's office this afternoon. I welcome them as honorable members of this House. Lastly, honorable members will recall that during questions to ministers in the Peace and Security Cluster, question number 424, question 393, question 434, and 425, to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation stood over in terms of Rule 144, subsection 1. These questions will be taken out of cluster today. Consequently, an additional 30 minutes will be added to today's question time for this purpose as provided for in terms of Rule 138, subsection 5b. The first item on today's order paper is a question addressed to ministers in Cluster 4 Economics. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their member wish to pose supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be encouraged by the presiding officers in allocating opportunities for supplementary questions. The principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the order paper. Honorable members, given some of the constraints we have experienced, ministers and members may remain seated while answering or asking questions during this question session. This is to ensure that members can actually hear one another, particularly those that are asking questions and those that are answering. It is not a disrespect in any way. It is because of the circumstances that we're experiencing and we've experienced before. The first question has been asked by the Honorable M.J. Baker to the Minister of Finance. The question is about whether the increase in public sector wage bill will exceed the budgeted amount in the medium-term budget policy statement. Honorable the Minister.
Honorable, I can sit down.
Yes, that's what I indicated, Minister. If it's not possible for you to be audible, you can take your seat so that you are closer to the mic. We have allowed that. Thank you.
There is no guarantee that the projected amount will not be over the budget. Let me explain this a bit. We're in the midst of the negotiation with the labor movement. We've made a specific offer, and which is being considered by the unions. At the time of the budget, we projected that our baseline is on what was the interest rate at the time. The interest rate at the time was 4.5%. Subsequent to that, the not interest rate, the CPI. CPI since then has moved downwards but the offer we made at the time was 4.5, and after facilitation process, our last offer was 4.7, which was 0.2% above what was budgeted. We can't guarantee that the negotiation would land at a higher amount or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first supplementary question is by Dr. M.J. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Honourable Minister for the honest and transparent answer. I'm afraid that I was hoping that you'd be a bit more sure of yourself. So can you now tell me on how many occasions in the last 5 years has the actual public sector wage increase exceeded the amount tabled in the midterm budget statement or the national budget?
Honourable Minister.
On few occasions, but if there's a similar question which has been asked as to over the past few years, how much has been we exceeded the budget. On few occasions, if you recall, I'm going to be dealing with that in answering a different question. If you recall, over the few years, there has been battles between ourselves and the union, which landed up in court. In 1 year, we did not, we provided a zero increase. And in 1 year, we provided what was called a cash gratuity. Subsequent to that, that cash gratuity has been converted into, in the last financial year, into the basic line, together with a 3.3% increase, which amounted to 7.5.
Honorable M.S. Lechanyane.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Minister, noting the concerns of relatively high vacancies in critical basic service provision departments such as basic education, health, and States SA, and other departments which have high vacancy rates, what measures is the Minister taking to ensure that the public sector wage bill containment does not result in the weakening of the capacity and capability of the state to deliver services effectively? Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister.
As part of cost containment, there's an agreement that we will not fill on all the vacant posts other than the critical post. To the extent that a department has critical posts that need to be filled, it has got to make application to the Department of Public Service and Administration with finance concurrence. So there's no blanket ban on recruiting on filling vacant posts, other than, given the challenges we face, we should fill the critical posts.
Honorable M.K.B. Molefe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in the MTBPS, you had committed yourself to spending available financial resources in a responsible manner, and also to curb unnecessary government spending where possible. How does your government justify having the most bloated cabinet since the dawn of democracy, with ministers even in areas that could easily be dealt with without creating blue lights ministerial positions and costing the taxpayer hundreds of millions of such bloated ministerial luxuries? Can your government consider drastically reducing the size of the cabinet and totally removing the ceremonial deputy ministerial positions to help reduce government spending on salaries? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Of course, before the election, there was a plan to reduce the number of departments. And part of that also included restructuring some of the public entities. That program of reducing some of the public entities is still in place. But the necessity of a government of national unity requires that there's an accommodation of some of the critical players in the formation of the government of national unity. And therefore, that necessitated, that's above my payroll, but necessitated the increasing the number of cabinet posts. But the strategic thrust of reorganizing government remains on course.
Honorable TKS Lehlape.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Just as a follow-up to what has been asked, are there any plans to right-sizing of the public sector by compelling the different ministers to come up with proper human resource plans that are appropriate for the duties of the departments? Because we have a bloated civil service with redundant posts. And unless there's a requirement for right-sizing and proper plans to be submitted, we will never be able to meet our budgets.
Honorable Minister.
Let me start by refuting the notion that we've got a bloated civil service. There's no evidence to suggest that. A study done by the OECD has revealed a different sort of thing. Let me try what does it says. That study says, in terms of payment, how much we pay per individual, we are comparatively high. In other words, our unit costs are high. But in terms of per capita, number of public service per the population, we're far behind other countries. What that means, if you look at the per capita numbers, we don't have a bloated civil service. Let me put that, debunk that first. Then say, what is our problem? Our problem is that we've got a number of people elsewhere than where we need people. Let me just give an indication. In the public entities which are employed by government, public entities, we employ about 160,000 people in those public entities which earn money from the fiscus. Whereas if we were to reorganize those people and put into the frontline services, the picture would look different. So I guess that's the point what I'm trying to say. We've got to reorganize the personnel that we have to focus on reorganize them into the frontline services than into a number of these public entities. That's a matter which, together with the unions who are agreeable, the unions calls that agentification. So in a sense, we are reorganizing the public services in order to put more people on the frontline services than on anything else.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now move to question 650, which has been asked by Honorable L.S. Makubela to the Minister of Finance. The question is about the steps the National Treasury will take regarding discriminatory practices in the banking system. Honorable Minister.
It has been 20 years since the establishment of the Financial Sector Council, renamed as the Financial Sector Transformation Council in September 2018. Through this platform, we've made a clear declaration that transformation is not a future event, it is a present-day activity. Over the past 20 years, government has continued to engage with other constituencies to accelerate transformation in the financial sector. We recognize the important role played by the financial sector in building an inclusive and sustainable economy that provides employment and business opportunities to all South Africans. We are all so committed to supporting small, medium, and micro enterprises, given their important role in employment creation and contribution towards sustainable economic growth and development. Although progress has been slow in financial sector transformation, the latest State of Transformation annual report by the Council reveals meaningful movements towards achieving the targets. South Africa's financial service sector is sophisticated and well regulated. However, any form of discriminatory practice, not only in the banking system, should be addressed swiftly and eradicated. Addressing such practices fall within the ambit of the financial sector regulators that are empowered in terms of the Financial Service Sector Regulation Act. National Treasury has, through the reform of the financial sector towards Twin Peaks model of financial system regulation in South Africa, empowered the regulators to improve the customer outcomes by placing equal and dedicated focus on managing risk in the financial sector, with a core focus on financial stability, prudential and market conduct regulation. This model is designed to leverage the benefits of an integrated regulatory approach and emphasizes regulatory consistencies, jurisdictional clarity, and information efficiency, while effectively managing the inherent conflicts between prudential audit and customer protection. In practice, in previous engagements between National Treasury, Ombuds Council, and the National Financial Ombuds on complaints received from consumers, they indicate that their investigation found that affordability was usually the reason for refusal on the applications for loans, and they have not found it to be related to any discriminatory practices by the banks or lending institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. The question which has been asked by LS Makubela will now be taken by Honorable S.C. Sikwati.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what is the position of the National Treasury on open finance, which will enable effective data sharing in the financial sector, enhancing competition, transparency, and thus leading to the lowering of the cost of credit for households and enterprises, which is critical if we are to transform our economy and support SMMEs? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
We support an environment where there's the industry is competitive, because that will assist in the regulation, will assist in providing cost services and cheaper products to communities. I would agree with the honorable member on that point.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll now ask the next supplementary question to be taken by Honorable NLS Nkwankwa.
Thank you ever so much, Speaker. Minister, you are aware that the banking sector has failed to implement the financial sector transformation, which, as you've indicated, entails empowerment financing and access to financial services such as credit for low-income housing, financing and expanding financing for SMMEs. The question is, since they are refusing to do that, whether government and National Treasury will consider recapitalizing the Post Bank in order to foster greater financial inclusion, where all previously disadvantaged individuals and SMMEs will have access to affordable financial services. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
There are two questions in one. The first question is, relate to whether we are going to take action to ensure that refusal to provide credit to small and medium enterprises. I think we will do whatever is possible within the legislative framework to give content to that. As we have said, one of the things we've done is to establish a Financial Sector Charter Council whose main task is to look at small and medium enterprise, look at the unbanked, look at a variety of issues. But I would agree with the honorable member that we've got to introduce more competition in the sector. And therefore, institutions such as the Post Bank would be critical in that competitive environment. Progress is being made to ensure that the licensing and of the bank is achieved. We are in discussion with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies as to the appropriate funding for the Post Bank, which once that is concluded, an announcement will be made accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question will be taken by Honorable N.L. Webster.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Minister, I think that when we are addressing the issue of discriminatory practices in the banking sector, we can't not consider the specific challenges that are faced by the township economy and informal entrepreneurs. And they are often excluded from financial systems completely. These are entrepreneurs that are the backbone of local economies, but they face insurmountable barriers to accessing affordable credit and startup capital, and even growth financing as well. So the question I want to ask is, what targeted steps is National Treasury taking to ensure that the financial sector and transformation in that sector includes accessible and affordable financing for township economy, for informal entrepreneurs, particularly through partnerships with development institutions, as an example, other innovative models of funding and financing?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
National Treasury is in a conflictual situation in the sense that on one hand, we're a regulator, which by law we are required to make sure that through the Prudential Authority that these banks are financially sound. That's one of our functions. In that sense, it makes us to be in conflict with another demanding imperative, that of making sure that they provide reasonable access to credit by the majority of South Africans. The best way to achieve both objectives is for government to step in. And one of the ways which government can step in is by providing the guarantees which the Kula scheme does. That's one example. There's a different ways of government can intervene in credit enhancement to ensure that that helps the emerging and small and medium enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question will be taken by Honorable N.M. Khatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as part of the department's efforts to provide conducive environment for economic transformation, what is the department doing to help sustain black established financial institutions like Itala to compete with the big financial institutions and provide the same banking service? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
The honorable member would have you should have asked me a specific question about Itala. Then may pose
Minister, you may ask the question posed.
No, I'm not. Okay. Let me answer the question posed. And so we assist all small and medium enterprises, emerging banks. Recently, the Prudential Authority has assisted a women-owned bank to be established. Insofar as Itala is concerned, it faces different things. Itala has been operating on an exemption license for more than 20 years. And Itala has therefore not complied with the regulatory framework since that exemption expired in 2023. As we speak, Itala, to be honest, does not have a license. We've engaged in discussion with the current government of the province of KZN to deal with that question. And we're set up a new process to find a way of making sure that Itala can be licensed. We're working with the government of the province of the KZN to achieve that objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to question number 686, which has been asked by Honorable A.D. Bisley to the Minister of Employment and Labor. The question is about specific plans to address the rising unemployment rate among university graduates in South Africa and the potential intervention to prevent the emigration of skilled graduates, which could lead to a loss of valuable human capital. Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We appreciate the question of the Honorable Member, in particular that it involves or includes the word collaboration, because indeed there is no way that the unemployment challenge in our country can be a single department issue. The unemployment challenge that our country has is structural, it is deep-seated, it is systemic, it is also widespread. The case in point is the question that points out to the area of unemployed university graduates. Unemployment in that particular space or category is the one that by and large is counted under youth sector. Since 2008, the GDP growth has been slower than the labor force growth, leading to rising unemployment, while non-youth, meaning those who are 35 years and older, rose by 2.9 million. The number of youth in employment dropped by 700,000. There are a number of interventions and initiatives that the department is coordinating that are aimed at reducing the unemployment rate, especially among young people, whom many are university graduates. It is all well-known fact that both the public sector and the private sector have been running internship programs for years now. These programs are targeting output from our tertiary institutions and many others. I have no doubt that even in this House, there are many members of Parliament who progress from positions of being interns. So yes, we are now firm and unyielding in the whole question of ensuring that resources that are scattered everywhere are pulled together for better outcome and impact. And we do that by coordinating all the efforts of government and private sector. Even as we speak, Honorable Member BC, I am appointed by the President to chair an interministerial committee that works with government and business in ensuring that partnerships will yield results of ensuring that we reduce unemployment, in particular targeting the youth unemployment. There are opportunities that we are looking at. Some of them include a roadmap for digital skills to rapidly scale up, and I believe this is an area that will also suit the unemployed graduates as well. Just at the beginning of last week, we had 2 coordinating collaboration meetings in one day. In the morning at 7, we said economic cluster departments, and in the afternoon at 2 p.m., we met with the private sector. On the agenda was unemployment in general and unemployment of young people in particular. We are zooming into the space of artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, digital transformation, etc. So yes, we think that clear career pathways in a number of initiatives that are coming up will be created. I have reported in so many platforms that in the department we are busy implementing an initiative of recruiting sizable number of intern inspectors. You can quickly see that the unemployment initiatives that we are coming up with generally so are aimed at further developing our country So we are doing all we can, working with the private sector to ensure that, one, we grow our economy, because the research has shown that if our economy grows at 1%, that gives an opportunity to 130,000 young people to be employed. If our economy grows at 6%, we'll be at close to 1 million. So we are working with the presidency in coordinating
Thank you, Honorable
the
Member.
youth employment initiatives. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Members. Can we please try and not drown the Speaker who is on the podium at the time so that everybody else can hear him or her? Honorable Beasley, a follow-up question.
Thank you, Speaker. The AG has just highlighted the lack of accountability in government. Minister, as Minister of Employment and Labour, will you resign if the unemployment rate of graduates continue to increase? And if not, why not?
Honorable Minister.
So you want me to implement consequence management to myself? Unfortunately, I won't resign, because this is a coordinated effort that is needed. If the unemployment rate doesn't reduce, it will mean failure of all of us who are expected to contribute towards ensuring that the economy of South Africa grows.
Order.
Because it is only unless the economy, as I said earlier on, grows that we can ensure that we do a positive dent to unemployment. But I won't sleep on the job. I'll continue to do my job coordinating and starting initiatives and schemes that will create opportunities for our young people. And I won't resign. I must repeat that.
Honorable P.M. Maneli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, having listened to your detailed response on the original question, my question therefore is what indicators will be used to evaluate the effectiveness of proposed plans and interventions, such as the Labour Activation Program and other governmental programs that aim to reduce unemployment amongst unemployed graduates in particular and young people in general. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I said earlier on, the very key word is collaboration. So we can come up with interventions as labor activation program as the Department of Employment and Labor. That is just our own contribution to the work that is needed and is supposed to be coordinated by ourselves, by all government departments, in particular those in the economic cluster, to ensure that there is contribution that will create jobs. And we shall be working with the Department of Higher Education and Training to even have a thorough, detailed analysis and understanding in terms of those young people who are not in employment, not in education and training. What is it that is happening from those that come from the TVET colleges? If then they are graduates, as it was reported by Statistician General, of the graduates that are not being employed, already we know that the issue is the skills mismatch that makes it hard for those young people to be able to be translated to be employees of this government. So we shall work with the relevant sectors to ensure that we give to our young people relevant skills that are needed by the labor market. Not just supply the skills that are a mismatch in terms of what is needed in the labor market. That we shall do, working with all the relevant government departments and the private sector.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable C.N. Mkondo. Order. Honorable Manya, what's the point of order?
Speaker, firstly, I just want to thank you for the dispensation you've given for people to speak sitting down. But there's a price that for us on the opposition side are paying. The cameras can't find our people on this side. So I was going to request that people that are going to ask questions, they must first rise so that the cameras can see them. Because people must know how we hold the executive accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The amendment to my earlier proposition is flexibility. Those who are able to stand up, they can do so. Those who are seated and don't mind if the camera don't point at them, they can continue to sit. So I don't want to impose, but I just want to allow for flexibility. Thank you very much. Honorable C.N. Mkonto.
Ngiyabonga Mqhubi Tingulumo. The reality is that the unemployment crisis facing South Africa is not going to be solved by the DA and ANC coalition's neoliberal policies. In 2012, the number of unemployed graduates was 5 times higher than in 1994. This means that the ANC's government is lying to young people when they say they should go to school and to improve their lives. There are engineers, doctors, quantity surveyors, artisans, economists, accountants, psychologists, and many other graduates who are still sitting at home. The question is, the Department of Employment and Labor does not have the policy instruments to create jobs, and this question is misguided because it is fiscal and monetary policies that must dictate where and how we will create jobs for all graduates. Minister, are you going to advocate in cabinet for a grant for all unemployed graduates? And if Minister...
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Honorable Minister. Order. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know where the Honorable Member gets the information that she's presenting in this House. Actually, I suspect it is not scientific, because you can't compare apples to oranges. You can't tell us that by 2012, there were less number of graduates that were employed, not saying how many young people were in universities before 1994. Because what we know, as we said as the African National Congress, doors of learning shall open. We did open them when we got into power in 1994. And as such, the number of young people who access universities is far, far more than what was happening before 1994. Actually, the scientific paper that was presented to us in our first executive cabinet, was showing that it is only because of the recession. Our economy was growing before 2008 and 9, but we started to see the impact in 2014, where there was a deep dive in terms of now our labor force growing and surpassing the GDP growth in South Africa. So we know that what we've done of opening the doors of learning, in particular in the universities, for the majority of black students or black South Africans, has become now a challenge, because there are many of those who have graduated. Our challenge is to ensure that the curriculum, the skills are matching what is needed by the labor market. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. What's the point of order and under what rule?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and if you don't mind, I'd remain sitting. But the Honourable Minister did not respond to the question. The question was not for her to refute the information provided. There are unemployed graduates, and we asked the Minister if she would support a grant for unemployed graduates, people who have gone to school. But because this government couldn't
thank you very much. Minister, would you like to respond to that specific? Honorable Paulson, I'm helping you to ask the Minister to answer to that specific part of your question.
Thank you, Speaker. You are very kind, because the Honorable Member, when she was asking, the time was up before she finished, because she started by presenting the unscientific statistics in this meeting. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, we are not a nation that wants to fish for our young people. We want to give them tools and teach them how to fish for them to survive. And as such, we do all in our power to ensure that they are employed than making them to be dependent on grants.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ghana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Honorable Zibi rising on behalf of Honorable Ghana. Minister, in one of your responses, you mentioned that you're trying to correct the skills mismatch within government and with the private sector. The question is this: are you doing any work with the school system and institutions of higher learning to ensure that the people that we actually produce, the subject choices at school, and the type of courses that are offered post-school do indeed correct the mismatch that you're talking about?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. What is important is that we can identify what the challenge is, and as such, we are more empowered to come up with a solution. The labor market is evolving. It is for that reason that even though before 2014, there were no such a huge challenge of unemployment, but because of the evolving labor market, we need to line ourselves up. I mentioned as an example that one of the things that we'll be bringing as interventions, working with DHET and all other partners, including private sector, is ensuring digital skills are given to our kids. So, of course, yes, we are working with the DHET, and we are also working with other relevant government departments to identify and ensure that we line up for relevant skills for our young people.
Thank you, Minister. We are now moving to question 651, which has been asked by Honorable KLN Sangoni to the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. The question is about the plans to ensure equal access to affordable postal services for all citizens while privatizing the South African Post Office and the progress made to rescue and sustain the South Africa Post Office. Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. The South African Post Office is an institution with immense potential to serve the people of South Africa, particularly those in rural areas and underserved communities, by providing them with affordable, accessible, and essential universal access. But to achieve this, the Post Office needs to adapt to a very changing environment that has become highly digitized and highly competitive. And it is to this end that we, together with the Treasury, have established a task team to look at seeking partnerships that can help strengthen the competitiveness of the Post Office and help make it sustainable and to meet its service delivery obligations. The reality is that the postal landscape has moved away from the tenure in which the Post Office was established by becoming highly digitized. So our focus is to make sure that we position it in such a way that it will be able to meet the market demands that it competes in and be relevant in a highly modernized environment. And this task team that we have identified together with Treasury will be looking at finding those solutions through these partnerships that can help it become sustainable and not be wholly dependent on the fiscus, because the pressure we currently have is clear that to be wholly dependent on the fiscus is unsustainable. And that's the challenge that we have, and we must embrace the reality of the market conditions in which the Post Office competes in. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable KLN Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Minister. It's unfortunate that the Minister missed an opportunity in his response to clarify that he has no intention of privatizing the Post Office. I think that we can't be sitting and speaking in very vague terms about what our intentions with the South African Post Office are. Nonetheless, on the 2nd of October, the Minister announced the establishment of this ministerial task team, and he said it's to pursue private financial and operational partners for SAPO. Now, what we'd like to know is what are the exact terms of reference of this team, who are the members of the team, and then what are the details of the partnerships and deliverables being engaged on to date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and thanks to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee. The terms of reference include developing the scope for private sector participation in the South African Post Office, agree and recommend the level of participation that must be considered by Cabinet, identify and agree on non-core assets that must be considered for disposal, ensure that there is compliance with the PFMA, supply chain management, and all the other related Treasury regulations, consider the responses from the market and recommend what those preferred options will be, and most importantly, to identify the risks associated with the preferred options and developing and mitigating measures to address them. With regards to the names of the individuals that form part of the task team, it consists of officials from the department, including the DG from the Department of Communications, the Deputy Director General responsible for state-owned enterprises in the department, the CFO of the department. We also have National Treasury officials that are part of the task team, and we can do a comprehensive submission to the committee because we've got over 22 names that form part of this task team, and we'll be able to supply the committee with those names because we are open with it. There is no attempt to conceal the details of who these individuals are and what their roles will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable TK Podlani.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, 4 months ago, you walked into a department that had neglected the Batopili principles for years, leading to the rot of SAPO. Urgent and decisive steps are required to save what is left of SAPO to continue universal access to postal and other social services. Considering that public-private partnerships is not a new concept in South Africa, what has been the response of the market for calls for partnership?
Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much. As we said, so we have just recently established the task team. That task team has amongst its responsibilities to go out on market and seek the interest from potential strategic and operational partners that can play a role in securing the future of the South African Post Office. The reality is that as things stand, the Post Office has two choices that it has to, that confront it. One is we can stick to what has sustained it in the past, and we'll have the same situation that we have right now. The biggest opportunity that lies in securing its future is to be able to seek these partnerships and evaluate how much we embrace them in order to reposition the Post Office, because there are millions of poor South Africans, mostly social grant beneficiaries, whose hope in having universal access and accessing social grant is in the Post Office. So we have to look at that option and pursue it in order to make sure that we can provide those services to those poor South Africans who rely on the Post Office to exist. But the model that has brought it to where it is now clearly hasn't worked. And that's why we need to be open-minded in saying, let's pursue this avenue and be able to reposition the Post Office to be financially sustainable, to not be wholly dependent on the fiscus, to be able to meet its universal access obligations that it have to the South African public. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ms. S. Abada.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The problems of the Post Office lie in the fact that they have not been able to innovate and modernize in line with the demands of this age of the internet. This in turn is a leadership failure. What are the reasons your department put forward for failing to lead and usher the Post Office into modern communications age? What does the department choose? Why does the department choose to abdicate its leadership responsibility through privatization and retrenchments instead of modernizing the Post Office? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
There's no abdication of responsibility whatsoever. The fact of the matter is that those retrenchments that happened were as a result of the fact that the Post Office is under business rescue. And as a result of that, it has had to make, or tough decisions have had to be taken in order to prevent it, going through liquidation, which to date has been prevented, right? So the key thing, as I said in the initial response, is the focus should be going into efforts that can help make the Post Office to be competitive in this digital era that has it facing competitions from private postal and courier service providers that are in the field of play. And that is what we are seeking to do with this task team, to find those solutions that can help safeguard this institution that provides the necessary service to millions of South Africans that depend on it as its sole source of courier and postal services.
Thank you. Honorable Ms. L.A. Matthews.
I'll take it on behalf of Ms. Leon.
Honorable Mweti.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF was the only organization that warned against the deliberate collapse of South African Post Office. The Post Office was allowed to fail because some of the companies we see thriving today would never have been able to compete and survive if the Post Office had been properly funded and maintained. The urgency to collapse the Post Office grew even more apparent when the EFF proposed that a state-owned bank should leverage its infrastructure as a foundation. The former liberation movement ignored these warnings, and now they want to pretend they are against privatization, even though they were the ones who initiated it. Minister, do you believe that the state should own a telecommunication company like the Post Office to build internal capacity? If not, can you explain to South Africans why they should not have a functional post office, an institution that was fully operational and served white people during apartheid? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks very much. The answer to that question is simply that as things stand, whole state ownership in the post office has led to where the post office is. And we have to look at what are other alternative avenues that can help bring some private sector involvement in the post office and build those partnerships to build a South African post office that is accessible, that can deliver on its mandate, and that can reach every corner of our country, because the key thing is about the accessibility of the service. And our interest is in making sure that universal postal and courier services are accessible to everyone in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to question number 671, which has been asked by Honorable K.J. Millennium to the Minister of Electricity and Energy. The question is about steps to ensure financial transparency and accountability of Eskom, as the entity has not yet submitted its annual report and annual financial statement for the 2023-24 financial year. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to say that the inference that suggests that Eskom as an institution mismanages and is corrupt, I think is unfortunate. I want to state here on record that the critical mass of men and women of Eskom are the most consummate, dedicated professionals that contributed to Eskom being voted the #1 electricity provider in the whole world in 2001. The second part to make is that when in the computation of what constitutes an acceptable tariff, NERSA, as an independent regulator, makes a determination, amongst others. It computes what it refers to as allowable revenue. And that allowable revenue is made up of a number of matrices, including the cost of primary energy, the cost of to the IPPs, the returns on assets. So the attempt to connect, if you like, exclusively the application of 36% tariff increase to mismanagement and corruption, I think it's meritless and it doesn't have any scientific sound basis, because 70% of the tariff application is made up of matrices that cannot be put down to corruption. Having said all of the above, in terms of the existing pieces of legislation, the chairperson of the board of Eskom has written to the executive authority, myself, indicating that as a result of a number of audit queries that they were responding to, Eskom will be in a position to provide the audited financial statements before the end of the calendar year. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable KJ Millennium.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, before anyone suggests that this follow-up is a new question, I note that the original question related to greater financial transparency and accountability by Eskom. In light of that, the 2011 High Court case of De Lange v. Eskom Holdings recognized that there was a public interest in Eskom's disclosure of discounted pricing arrangements for South 32's Hillside Smelter, as they impacted on public electricity costs and consumption. This case set a significant precedent for challenging corporate confidentiality on the grounds of public accountability and was later upheld by the Supreme Court of Appeal. Minister, noting the constitutional obligations for transparency and accountability in government, and as part of the move towards financial transparency and accountability at Eskom, especially in light of Eskom's extraordinary tariff increase application, will you force Eskom to publicize the price they are charging South 32's Hillside Smelter for electricity, and if not, why not?
Honorable Minister.
Well, first is that the instrument of discounted pricing is a legitimate and acceptable form of engagement with the private sector. So there is nothing clandestine about discounted pricing. The primary aim of discounted pricing is to ensure that we are able to retain the manufacturing and productive capacity in the country. And how we see discounted pricing, we see it as a subsidy not to the entity itself, but to support livelihoods, the capacity of the country to continue to produce, and therefore for these entities to continue to pay their taxes to the South African Revenue Service. And once it's given to the fiscals, then it gets to be redistributed into the South African economy to allow us an opportunity to meet the social needs of the country. And having said that, there is nothing secretive for Eskom to publish, not only of South 32, but of all other engagements that we have had with other major players in the country. Like I said, there is nothing clandestine and consistent with the requirements of transparency, and for the country and everyone in South Africa to have an appreciation of how we arrive at this pricing. There is nothing untoward in the expectation that some of this should be made public for the purpose of public understanding and comprehension. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next supplementary question is from Honorable M.K. Molefe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, have you set in place a policy intervention to cushion the poor from the anticipated exorbitant electricity price increases? If so, what are the details? If not, why not?
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you for that question, Honorable Molefe. Maybe just to make the point that the legal dispensation provides for an independent assessment of this tariff application by the regulator. And it is not my intention to interfere or soil that process. But there are a few things that I can state here as the executive authority. If you look at the computation of the tariff configuration in the country, there are elements that are of a policy nature. And those elements include, amongst others, the computation of the carbon tax in the determination of that pricing. Now, that's an instrument that resides with the Minister of Finance, and it is not my intention to ventilate those discussions we're having with Finance, but the intention is to see how best we are able to cushion the poor against this proposed 36% tariff increase. The second element of the computation of the tariff, it has to do with what we refer to as the return on assets. And one of the conditions placed by National Treasury on Eskom is that it must recover all the costs. As part of that condition of translating the loans into equity. So the conversation that ought to be had internally is to see how best we are able to, if you look, reduce the pace of the return on assets, because the general rule of thumb in the marketplace is that it should be 10% of your asset base. And we think that we shouldn't accelerate that ROA at the rate at which it is being proposed. The third area of efficiency could be in the cost of primary energy. You know that with the performance of Eskom, the improvement on the energy availability factor, it means that there's a significant reduction in the cost of primary generation because we are not burning diesel. Just today, to give you an indication, we have saved 16 billion rands compared to the same period last year. So I think that it augurs well going into the future for us to bring that cost down. And lastly is to review from an
Honourable Minister, your time has expired, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mshlongo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, the failure of Eskom to submit its annual report and annual financial statements has the potential to further undermine the public's trust due to these ongoing delays. Given Eskom's debt problem, what is the department's plan to prevent the erosion of public trust, which could result in the
Please continue, Honourable Member.
Given the Eskom's debt problem,
Honourable Minister, if you can reply, please.
Oh yes, I think I get the gist of the question. Just the correlation between the delay in the submission of audited financial statement and the reduction in public confidence. I want to agree with the member there that there's a correlation between the two. And I want to give the member in the House, House Chair, the comfort that the explanation provided by Eskom, I think it's got merit because they were still dealing with major audit issues, queries, and they had requested an extension on the submission of the audited financial statements. And like I've indicated earlier on, the chair of the board of Eskom has reached to me, giving me an indication and assurance that they will get those, the process will be completed before the end of the calendar year, and those audited financial statements will be submitted. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Maimane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will be taking the question on behalf of Honourable Maimane. Minister, last month, the National Treasury revealed that in the first 3 months of 2024, 2025, the financial year, Eskom has pursued 639 deviations, and that amounts to 23 billion in public funds. And the reason provided was that the ongoing energy crisis necessitates emergency procurement for additional power resources. So that means that 255 million a day has been used to keep Eskom afloat. What measures are you implementing as a department to ensure that such emergency procurement systems are subject to stricter oversights and transparency? And how do you intend to prevent these deviations from becoming subject to corruption in the department?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Member. Just to make the point that the deviations are provided for in law. So that's the first part. But there's a set of criteria that needs to be satisfied for you to be able to make those deviations. So I've made the point earlier on that when these audited financial statements come out, a determination will be made by independent body, if you like, on the appropriateness of those deviations. It is the responsibility of the board to perform a fiduciary responsibility on management, and myself as a shareholder representative, of course, do play an oversight role. To the extent that these deviations undermine the good corporate responsibility, it's something that will receive our attention, and the necessary consequences will be enforced. To the extent that these deviations are appropriate and are meant to ensure that the South African economy continues to function on the back of adequate supply of electricity, these deviations will be allowed. So we'll allow the audit process to make that determination, but the emphasis I'm making is that there's nothing untoward about deviations. They are provided for in law, as long as you are able to meet the minimum requirements for the deviations to be initiated. Thanks, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question 710 has been asked by the Honourable M.S. Mbata to the Minister of Electricity and Energy. The question relates to the National Energy Act and the reasons for the delay in publishing the Integrated Energy Plan, and by what date will the Minister present it to Parliament and or update critical but outdated energy-related legislations and interventions. The Honourable Minister.
Maybe just to make the point that the Integrated Energy Plan has got three autonomous, interdependent, but mutually reinforcing plans. So the first one is the Integrated Resource Plan. You know that we are in the process of updating the 2019 IRP. And in fact, today we are having the last stages of public consultation. The intention is that in the first quarter or the first meeting of Cabinet of 2025, we will be taking through the IRP 2024. The second anchor of the IEP is the Gas Master Plan. The Gas Master Plan is going through revisions. The fundamental shortcomings in relation to some of the assumptions that underpin the Gas Master Plan, so we are revising those. And then the other one is the Liquid Fuel Plan that my counterpart, Minister Mantashe, is busy on, working on. So when you pull all of these together, they come under the umbrella of the Integrated Energy Plan. So the point I'm making is that we have started, if you like, working on the three anchors of the IEP, and we are confident that we should be able to release it as soon as we are done. Like I said, the Gas Amendment Act is before the NEDLEC process, so it's still undergoing the process of consultations. And the Gas Master Plan, as I've made the point, we are looking at some of the underlying assumptions so that they are consistent with the outlook. Thank you very much, House Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mbata.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, our country is running out of gas reserves, and soon our gas from retailers, which means the gas that is sold to consumers every day, will also run out. What mitigating steps have you planned to make sure that this gas shortage or gas supply shortage doesn't happen? And also, importantly, when are you presenting to Parliament the Gas Master Plan?
The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Moses Mbata, for the question. Maybe just to say the following, I think your observations are spot on, that we are likely going to hit a gas cliff late 2027, early 2028. So we're 2 years away from that. If you come to think of it, gas contributes about 5% to the country's GDP. The primary aggregator of gas in the country is Sasol, 880 petajoules per annum. About 67 petajoules goes to private sector players. It is against this backdrop of an impending gas cliff that I've been going around the world just looking for the molecules. We have landed in Qatar. Our conversations with my counterpart in Qatar advanced. We're meeting just this Sunday. And then we are now going to enter into a commercial arrangement. And that commercial arrangement will be led principally by Sasol and Eskom, because we've got an intention of repurposing our power station, gas to power generation. We think that gas is a destination. It's not only a transitional fuel source, and it's going to help us to ensure that we sustain the economic livelihoods of the people of Mpumalanga, because of the density of the power stations in Mpumalanga will be converted to gas. And as I've mentioned earlier on, it is my intention that once we deal with the primary assumptions that underpin the gas master plan, we will come back before this House to present it. Thanks, House Chair.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mvana.
Minister, considering that the Draft Gas Amendment Act, which was subsequently withdrawn from Parliament in 2021 to enter for public inputs, and the liquid fuel plan, which is currently being updated, are part of the integrated energy plan, has the department revised and aligned the gas amendment bill so that it can be reintroduced in Parliament before the end of 2024 and 2025 financial year? And how far is the preferred bidder in respect of updating the liquid fuel plan, since the finalization of the integrated energy plan depend on this? Thank you. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, I do confirm, Honourable Mvana, that it is our intention to ensure that the Gas Amendment Act is in fact brought to this House before the end of the financial year as indicated. And of course, the issues around the liquid fuel master plan, like I've mentioned, it is the domain that, it is in the domain of Minister Mantashe, and I'm sure at the appropriate time, he will be able to share with us the kind of progress that is made in that regard. Just to reinforce the point I made earlier on, so there are three primary anchors to the integrated energy plan. The IRP, we are working on it at an advanced stage. We are quite happy to report that it will be considered by Cabinet, and the House will have a sight of that completed extensive public consultation process. And I did say that the gas master plan, what we are doing is to relook at the fundamental assumptions that underpin the gas master plan in the light of the questions that were raised by Honorable Mbata earlier on, the fact that we are likely going to hit a gas cliff soon, but also our intention to repurpose the coal fleet of Eskom so that we are able to generate gas-to-power solutions and are able to meet the energy needs of the country. Thanks, House Chair.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Milam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, as you've indicated, the Integrated Energy Plan is an overarching plan that includes the Gas Master Plan, the Integrated Resource Plan, and elements of the much-delayed Renewable Energy Master Plan. One of the major concerns relating to these documents is the lack of constructive engagement with key stakeholders. As an example, yesterday the updated draft IRP was presented to a small number of stakeholders, certainly not the 4,000 or more who made submissions on the 2023 draft, but the document was not distributed beforehand, nor was adequate time allowed for questions or inputs, and a mere 5 days has been allowed for inputs. Minister, do you consider it acceptable that such limited engagement and consultation has been catered for? And are you convinced that sufficient weighting has been given to the inputs of external stakeholders in light of the importance of these plans in securing South Africa's energy future?
The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Just to make the point up front, I'm sufficiently satisfied that the public consultation has been substantive. Let me, for the record, just map this public consultation process. So a draft IRP was announced and released to the public in January of this year. And then we received about 4,300 submissions. About 133 of these submissions are substantive. And we're able to then pull them together into various themes. Others were questioning the assumptions. Others were questioning the modeling. Others were addressing the issues of the two horizons that we have placed before the public, the horizon 2025 to 2030 in the light of load shedding, and then 2030 going forward. Then we said that out of those submissions, it is important that we occasion an opportunity for us to engage with those people who have made substantive submissions. So it's not a select few. It's people who have honored the call for submissions. They made the submissions, but others require that we occasion an opportunity for an engagement so that the IRP is based on science, is evidence-based, and we're able to sit with them on the basis of their articulation and their orientation in relation to the outlook that sits in the IRP. So this was a sufficiently consultative process, and I think the depth and the quality of the submissions will be very evident when we come out. I'm exceptionally happy about the work that the team has been doing. We've been consulting for more than a year, and this is a more focused engagement. It's just deepening that consultation. We have no intention of reopening the process because the law does determine how the engagements happen, and then we've been able to invite those who made substantive submissions, and ultimately is the policyholder that will make a determination on what constitutes the IRP and its complexion.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I've read the draft of the gas master plan, which was published or was gazetted on the 26th of April 2024 this year. And I agree with you, or with the draft, is that gas is a fossil fuel, but a lot less harmful to the environment. So therefore, it's considered a viable energy source in transition from fossil-based fuel energy sources to renewable energy, right? But the reality is that South Africa's natural gas demand is currently around 393 petajoules per annum, and we can only supply approximately 190 petajoules per annum. So with Sasol's impending cessation of gas supply by mid-2027, are we not again burdening one entity with too much responsibility to supply our gas? What are the other options in terms of gas supply?
Honourable Paulson, your time has
Thank you very much.
expired. The Honourable Minister.
I fully agree with you, Honourable Paulson. I think we're understating the endowments of the country. And I think that we must take a position about what constitutes sovereign interest. I think we reserve the right to exploit our own endowments. And that's why working with Minister Mantashe, we are going to ensure that there's full exploitation of those endowments. I mean, if you look at our endowments, are significantly higher than that of Norway. And on the back of the Norway endowments, they were able to build a sovereign wealth fund upwards of $1.2 trillion US. And yet in this country, we sit with people who are hungry, people who are unemployed, and suppressed demand of energy. So there's a coordinated response between myself and Minister Mantashe, supported by Cabinet, to ensure that we continue to exploit this. And of course, gas is a backbone of this transition. It's going to give us base load. There is no country whose energy requirements are met by solar and wind. It doesn't exist anywhere in the world. We accept the technical limitation, the non-dispatchable nature of solar and wind, but nuclear, coal, hydro, gas are a permanent feature of the South African energy mix going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question 652 has been asked by the Honourable Mofokeng to the Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. The question is about lessons learned from other African countries on successful regulation of artisanal and small-scale mining to combat illegal mining. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We will give you a comparative study that we have conducted in Ghana and compare the conditions in Ghana with our own conditions. One, what is important in Africa is that illegal mining is not as violent as our situation. If you take Ghana, for example, it was evident that regulation and governance of artisanal and small-scale mining differ substantially between them and our country, mainly influenced by their socio-economic, political, and historical context. In Ghana, illegal mining is predominantly undertaken by Ghanaians. You will remember that in the statistics released by NetJoint last week, majority of illegal miners here come in the following order. They come from Zimbabwe, they are from Mozambique, they are from Lesotho, they are from Malawi. Then you begin to get sprinkles of illegal miners from South Africa. So that is the difference. In Ghana, it is mainly by Ghanaians. As a result of that, Ghana has actually regulated illegal mining, which is focusing on gold. One, what they have done is that it is happening in land that are managed by the chiefs, and therefore given the chiefs the right to issue licenses to legalize illegal mining, and provided permitting system managed by chiefs in every district. And the law provides for the registration and licensing of artisanal and small-scale miners. However, it reserves those activities for Ghanaian citizens only. And the government provides the tools to trade illegal miners, to trade with illegal miners, and started to strict monitor system and digital technological centrally monitored at the permitting office. The government buys the coal from artisanal miners. Therefore, that system is totally different from ours. In our case, for the real primary role of the government in the Ghanaian situation is that government is the primary buyer, and ease of permitting, relaxation of regulation, monitoring, tax compliance, government incentives, and market dynamics of this critical subsector. But in our case, illegal mining is actually a criminal activity. As I gave you numbers and the breakdown of people who do illegal mining, is not a South African phenomenon. And therefore, it remains a crime. Therefore, South African legislation and regulation prohibit illegal mining operations completely. However, through the artisanal and small-scale mining policy that was gazetted in 2022, the department aims to introduce new concepts that aim at support and promoting subsector. In the first tranche of artisanal miners who applied and got initial capital, 20 have been approved in the department. Therefore, we're making headways, but it is a very small step that we'll have to follow up very quick. Thank you very much.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mofokeng.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, given that Operation Prosper, which involved the deployment of 3,000 members of the South African National Defence Force working alongside the South African Police Service to curb illegal mining, was operational from the 28th of October 2023 until 28th of April 2024. Why was this operation discontinued, considering that the fight against illegal mining is far from over? Sea syndicates remain highly organized and quickly resumed operations after the South African National Defence Force withdrew forces in April 2024. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Let's correct one confusion. Illegal mining and artisanal and small-scale mining are not the same. Artisanal and small-scale mining is what we're authorizing. That is what we gazetted in 2022. Illegal mining is a criminal activity. That understanding must be emphasized all the time. But I must emphasize that Operation Varum Kodi, led by the SAP and members of the SNDF, which is aimed at curbing illegal mining, is continuous. And that operation is very much underway. If you want to monitor, I would ask the committee to visit the Stilfontein area and see that Operation Varum Kodi is active, has not been seized. And it will not be seized at the whim of a Minister of Mineral Resources. It can only be seized by the President. It's a presidential project. That is the only authority that has a right to close it. It is operational, it is not closed. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mshlongo.
Honourable Minister, given the illegal mining possesses to community and the economy, what success stories have other African countries shared in curbing illegal mining that we can learn from as a republic? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I have asked that question. When I gave you the case study of Ghana, I was answering exactly that question. That the distinction is between artisanal and small-scale mining versus illegal mining. So Ghana legalized illegal mining, which was mainly Ghanaians. In our situation, it's a criminal activities by foreign nationals. And we're not xenophobic when we say that. It is an attack on the economy, and we must deal with that aspect of attacking the economy by foreign nationals and continue training people for artisanal and small-scale mining for South Africans. If we do that, we're dealing with the challenge.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable James.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'll be asking the question on behalf of Honourable James. Honourable Minister, I want to commend you and the government for implementing Operation Valumkoti. It's long overdue. Zamazamas have been terrorizing affected communities for a long, long time. The current standoff at the Stilfontein mine is testimony to how out of hand illegal mining and related illegal trading in gold and other precious metals has become. What happened, Honourable Minister, to mine rehabilitation responsibility of mines that have gone out of formal production? And how will you ensure that artisanal mining is regulated and restricted to bona fide South African citizens? And let's call it #artisanal mining for locals. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
The Gazette of 2022 give you details of that operation. We're actually legalizing and supporting artisanal and small-scale mining. And those artisanal miners, as I said, we've already approved 20 projects, and we've given them initial financial support to kickstart their work, and many came back to us and say it is too much if we gave them 3,400 for an artisanal miner. It is not too much. It is small. Mining is expensive. Rehabilitation is divided into two, Mr. Trolley. The first one is what is called concurrent rehabilitation. That means operational mines have a duty in terms of law to rehabilitate the area they've worked in. And the second one is the one of rehabilitating derelict and ownerless mines. And that is belonging to a pre-freedom period where under apartheid there was no law compelling or stating rehabilitation in whatever form. We are catching up. As a result of that, the state is taking responsibility for closure of mine holdings and asbestos mines. We have identified 6,001 holdings countrywide, and that is the number that we are beginning to reduce. It will take us longer unless the Minister of Finance give us a bigger allocation. If we can't get that bigger allocation, we'll continue very slow, but we'll get it. But every time we go there, he asks whether we should get that from education or from health, where should we get it? But we need more allocation to close the holdings. We are doing it.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Nkwati, you are quite right. The Ghana example that you've cited, one of the things they've done well is that small-scale and community mining, it was previously illegal, conducted, as you said, by Ghanaians, is supported by government, which is, it's a multidisciplinary approach, where they look at all the relevant departments that could support artisanal mining, including some packages of how they could possibly be able to finance them and to help them to formalize their business. Is it one of the things that the department and government in particular would consider so that we're able to upscale artisanal mining, which contributes greatly in terms of dealing with the unemployment problem, both in Ghana, which you've cited, and Tanzania as another example? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
As I said, we gazetted legalizing artisanal and small-scale mining in 2022. And I said we have already approved the batch of 20 artisanal miners, and we gave them starter pack. And actually, we want to see how that works, because when you introduce an experiment, one of the things you don't do is to flood that space and commit mistakes that are fatal to the experiment itself. You take it step by step and assess it in every step you take. But we're hoping that the opening of artisanal mining will help us not to sterilize marginal deposits left by major companies. We can be able to mine those deposits and create value out of them. And in the process, it will create employment. Thank you very much.
Question 694 has been asked by the Honourable Marquee to the Minister of Finance. The question is about how the government plans to build state capacity whilst privatising Transnet, Eskom and water and sanitation, and what number of jobs he will seek to create whilst taking the key state functions to the private sector. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The government has no plans to privatize Transnet, Eskom, and water and sanitation. It is important to distinguish between privatization and private sector participation. A public-private partnership is not privatization, and there's a clear difference between the two. Privatization is the permanent transfer of a public-owned asset to a private party, whereas a public-private ownership is a long-term contract between government and the private party for the development and management of a public asset, in which the private party, at its own cost, builds or develops a public asset and takes on the management responsibility throughout the life of the contract. At the end of the contract, the asset is transferred back to the government in a condition that is determined when the contract was agreed on. The private party is compensated based on the performance and use of that asset. Where performance exceeds the requirements in the contract, the private party pays the government a fee. In other words, at no cost to government. It can generate a return on investment when a performance exceeds a specific threshold. State capacity would be in relation to planning and preparation of infrastructure projects, contract management to ensure that the private sector performs, financial structuring to ensure that government gets the best value. Two critical pillars in the public-private partnership relate to the transfer of risk from the public sector to the private party, and the second is value for money. Operation Vulindlela does not require the privatization or sale of any state-owned asset. Instead, the focus is on introducing some private sector participation in network sectors. State-owned companies craft their turnaround plans, which will include, among others, self-help initiatives, including disposal of non-core assets. It is not clear how many jobs will be created from the private sector participation in network sectors. Modeling of a subset of reforms in network sectors, however, showed that the successful implementation of key reforms could raise GDP growth for over 3% per annum and add an additional 600 billion to revenue and create more than 1 million jobs over 10 years. This is related to a narrow set of reforms, not to the full economic recovery, reconstruction and recovery plan developed by government. I thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Marquee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll be asking the question on behalf of the Honourable Marquee, Member Tambo here. Perhaps let me begin by stating that we've been informed that while we were marching to the Concord yesterday, that the so-called Government of National Unity voted against the establishment of an ad hoc committee to investigate the theft of pension funds. I hope you'll maintain that unity when an impeachment process begins against Ramaphosa here in this House, and you won't be blackmailed into abandoning the Bella Bill and the NHI to defend Ramaphosa. But on to my question, Deputy Speaker. On page 3 of the document titled Phase 1 Review Progress in Driving Economic Reform, co-authored by the National Treasury together with the Presidency, it reads that, and I quote, modeling of the ERRP by the National Treasury showed that the successful implementation of key reforms could raise GDP growth to over 3% per annum and add an additional 600 billion to revenue and create more than 1 million jobs over 10 years. That is 1 million over 10 years. Are you saying that out of the 12.2 million unemployed people, only 1 million will get jobs created by the state in the next 10 years? What about the other 11 million, and what must they do in the 10 years while they wait? How do you intend to privatize public services, because we reject your narrow definition which we had to read because you don't understand it yourself, and render state institutions useless and don't even have an intention of creating jobs? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
I think the Honourable Member has made a number of assertions without asking a question. To the extent that is attempting to ask a question is the notion of million jobs over 10 years. That is in relation to one subsector. It does not necessarily mean overall in the economic performance. It's a modeling of these reforms in particular, what their impact will be, not the performance of the economy in general. If that is added to the performance of the economy in general, the picture may be different. The numbers we've done, Stellenbosch University has also done a modeling of these reforms and came to the same conclusion. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, excuse me, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, the recent turnaround of SAA, which made a profit of 252 million rands after years of financial losses and government bailouts, highlights the potentials for SOEs to succeed without privatization. The question is whether government would consider adopting the OECD guidelines in their totality on governance, on corporate governance of state-owned entities, which provide guidance to help policymakers evaluate and improve the legal, regulatory, and institutional frameworks for the governance of SOEs, rather than pursuing privatization or extensive private sector involvement in SOEs. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
The OECD guidelines, among a variety of instruments government is utilizing and taking into account, including governance of the OECD, of the SOEs. Part of the governance structure crafted by DPE is based on the OECD guidelines. So the government follows those OECD guidelines. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Alexander.
Thank you, Speaker. The private sector plays a critical role in driving economy through growth and development by leveraging the resources, innovation, and expertise. Given the increasing need for infrastructure development and service delivery in South Africa, what measures is Treasury implementing to attract and streamline private sector investments through public-private partnerships?
The Honourable Minister.
In the medium-term budget policy statement, one of the key pillars we have outlined is infrastructure investment. Under infrastructure investment, we've done, again, 3 other pillars. One is the restructure the triple Ps at the moment to ensure that we can make sure they are effective and therefore reduce the timelines that is taking to do a triple P in South Africa. That's one pillar. The second pillar is to transform the budget facility for infrastructure, again, which is also to facilitate the growth in investment. The third area we've outlined there is what we call credit enhancement, which is also to crowd in private sector. A key example of which use is the work we're doing with my colleague next to me on the transmission side. So that's the work that which is being done to crowd in private sector in the infrastructure space and to grow this economy. I thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Van Rooyen.
Minister,
the inception document of your so-called Operation Vulindlela emphasizes accountability to the executive as key for the success of the operation. This emphasis is at the expense of, and I can confirm, excludes accountability to Parliament as the representative of the public. Fortunately for the people of South Africa, the 7th Administration Parliament Rules Committee has resolved that a committee to oversee the presidency must be established as a matter of agency to oversee, amongst others, Operation Vulindlela. How are you going to ensure that Operation Vulindlela's performance is reported to Parliament and is not turned into Vulindlela for CR17 or for DA-led coalition funders? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
There's no organ of the state which is precluded from reporting to Parliament. Absolutely no organ of the state. I don't know where does the honourable member get that. That's the first point I want to make. I don't think we should live under any illusion that we're operating in an environment where the government is not accountable to Parliament. Operation Vulindlela is a joint project between the presidency and National Treasury. Both ourselves account to this Parliament. Anytime there's a requirement to account on that specific issue called Operation Vulindlela, we will account to Parliament through the relevant committees. I want to assure the honourable member, I suspect is on the Ministerial Committee of Finance as well, that we will account to Parliament on Operation Vulindlela anytime. There's no statement on our side that says we can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question 715 has been asked by the Honourable Hadebe to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. The question is about urgent measures in place to protect wildlife given the impact of climate change on biodiversity and also ensure visitor safety in South African national parks during the festive season. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wildlife impacts from extreme climate events are of great conservation concern, particularly for species at high risk. Such species include the critically endangered African penguin, susceptible to heat waves and storm surges, and threatened succulent plant species from the Northern Cape, susceptible to drought and sandstorms. Conservation responses include the installation of specifically engineered penguin nest boxes and provide cooler breeding environments and cooled net houses to protect plants in the Richtersveld National Park, simultaneously safeguarding them from poaching. At habitat levels, response plans are in action to ensure habitat connectivity, allowing species to move and migrate to cooler areas. South African National Parks, SANParks, is implementing the Resist, Accept, Direct decision-making framework to identify and prioritize climate change adaptation responses. As an example, high-altitude alien clearing has been prioritized in river catchment areas to increase water yields, and rehabilitation is planned for habitats known to be refuges for species during extreme events and longer-term changes. Disaster risk reduction response strategies are in place in all parks. These are not merely strategies, but comprehensive plans tailored to park-specific context and include components ranging from fire readiness, for example, having helicopters and field teams on standby at strategic points, cutting fire breaks, etc., to contingency plans to evacuate visitors and rescue stranded people during extreme events. Warning systems are in place for staff and visitors for a broad range of activities, such as water-based recreational activities, hiking in extreme heat, and precautionary measures for visitors, such as the need to carry sufficient water. In addition, Sandparks has put in place a festive season readiness plan intended to ensure safety and security for visitors around our national parks. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Khadebe.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the response. Honourable Minister, what long-term strategies are being implemented to restore ecosystems affected by these extreme weather events and to enhance resilience against future climate-related challenges? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed, rehabilitation is very, very important, and that talks to adaptation. That is part of South Africa's mitigation against climate change. Now, adaptation is very important because as our climate changes, it means that we need to change the way that things are done. So, for example, we need to make sure that we have climate-resilient infrastructure, which costs a lot of money. And as I'm sure the member will be aware, is that we've just had COP29, and that's where we were discussing these issues. For example, on adaptation, we now have the implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund. And also South Africa is working on the Climate Response Fund, which we should have operational by the end of the financial year. So if you look, for example, at our natural assets and the protection thereof, we're very much aware that as the climate changes, we have to respond. For example, if we look at Isimangaliso, it is affected heavily by storms from time to time, and we have to make sure that all the infrastructure is secure and in place. And that applies to all of our parks also. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Marquee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, given the enhanced safety measures and campaigns in place, how effective have these interventions been in reducing incidents of wildlife disturbance and visitor accidents in sandparks during previous festive seasons? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
If we're speaking specific about people inside of the parks, we do have situations where visitors sometimes do not comply with all of the rules that are in place. So, for example, it is necessary for people to visit the Kruger Park to stay inside of the vehicles. But what we find is that people climb out of the vehicles and that also they drive perhaps too closely to the animals, and then there's a response. For example, we've had several instances where elephants would actually sit on a car. I mean, this doesn't happen, and the reason for that is because proper precautions are not taken. If we're speaking about the interaction of communities that are close by to the park, so for example, we have animals that sometimes take excursions outside of the parks and then find themselves in communities, that will happen from time to time because there's a close proximity between the wildlife and the populations living nearby. We do have facilities to get our wildlife back into the park. So, for example, if elephants leave the park, we have helicopters that are able to encourage them back in because obviously they do get themselves into trouble if they end up in communities. So we are very much aware that where there is an interaction between human beings and wildlife, you are going to have abrasions. And I think it's a responsible thing from obviously the human beings that are close by, is because that they are aware that this can happen and that there's certain measures that can be taken. But we certainly appeal to everybody who goes to visit the park, especially Kruger over December, to actually comply with the rules. Do not get out of your car when you shouldn't. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable de Blok van Scheltinga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sandparks is the largest provider of tourism bed nights in the country. It's also public knowledge that only 3 parks are profitable, and these subsidize the operational and conservation budgets across the entire park network. With this in mind, Minister, what is being done to ensure that Sandparks maximizes the occupancy and tourism income over the tourism high season, while concurrently safeguarding the park infrastructure and quality of services and experiences rendered to visitors, And how does this plan align with the Minister's Kruger, Kirstenbosch, Isimangaliso Icon Status Strategy, or KISS strategy as he calls it, that he announced as one of his big 6 focus points for his tenure as Minister? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed, sandparks, specifically Kruger, plays a very important role in tourism and conservation landscape. We are looking at a number of areas where we have improved our performance. For example, if we look at maximizing occupancy and revenue, we have targeted marketing campaigns. That's to level local and international marketing initiatives, and that is actually showing up in the numbers. Campaigns are focused on growing demand and nature-based tourism. Also revenue diversification. We're looking at new partnerships to continue explore and increase income through concessional agreements, special events and development of premium experiences such as guided tours, night safaris and eco-adventures. Also, we're looking at optimizing the pricing model, is that Sandparks has adopted a dynamic pricing strategies to balance affordability with local communities and then other visitors. So we are able to have differential pricing, so local people can access the park at a better price, and then those that can afford to pay more can actually do that. Also, very importantly, we are modernizing the booking system to make sure that we can maximize it. You'll often find that you book at Kruger, for example, and it's completely full because it is in fact completely full. Then, of course, importantly, we need to safeguard infrastructure and the quality of service. We have an infrastructure maintenance program, and that's to make sure that we can improve the experience of people visiting the park. In terms of the alignment with the KISS strategy, which is the Kruger, Kirstenbosch, Isimangaliso Icon Status Strategy, is to make sure that our apex institutions for wildlife, plant life, and marine life are actually world-class and cutting edge. We're looking at digital innovations to improve the visitor engagements, also very much involving them in conservation, international conservation, because these are very scarce biodiversity assets that we have. Also, importantly, South Africa is going to be president of the G20. We're going to have events there during G20. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ghana.
Minister, so the climate finance deal that was agreed at the COP29 has been described as a travesty of justice, as a joke, as abysmally poor. Do you agree with this characterization? And what does it mean for South Africa and other developing countries who did not cause the climate crisis that we find ourselves in? Thanks very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. It is a tangential question, but I will take it. Very importantly, it is so that the developing economy countries wanted more money. That was the Africa position, that was the South African position. We did not get as much as we would have wanted to get, but of course, if you're going to get money from a source, well, you can't actually force it to pay. So what we did get was a 300 billion per year by 2035. That's specifically from the developed economies to the developing, and then also $1.3 trillion by 2035 from all sources. So of course we know that's not enough money, and we need to crowd in more finance. But very importantly in the deal was that we got in important pieces that were important for South Africa's G20 presidency. So, for example, we've been raising the issue of the global financial infrastructure. So what we got into that agreement was that there is attention needed to be paid to the cost of capital. We're also looking at debt reduction, innovative climate financing, and also to make sure that there aren't unilateral measures such as CBAM. Although CBAM isn't specifically mentioned, that is something that we can actually hang a hook on. So, no, we do not share the view that it was an abysmal outcome. We always knew it was going to be hard. Also, from the developed economies, it's very clear they're moving to the right, and it's more difficult for the governments to get their voters and their populations to pay towards funding to the developing economy countries. So we are aware of the geopolitical complexities, but certainly South Africa's position was that We would not agree to just any deal. We wanted one that was sensible for us, for the region, for Africa, and of course in the broader scheme. That was achieved. Obviously, it's an ongoing conversation, so we're going to have conversations now on the global infrastructure during the G20, and then at COP30, which is going to be in Brazil next year. So that conversation never ends, but ultimately
Minister, your
it
time
was
has
a
expired.
reasonable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question 653 has been asked by the Honourable Nkosi to the Minister of Electricity and Energy. The question is about Eskom's initiatives to inform and support customers, especially in townships and rural areas, in updating their meters before the 24th November deadline, and how the updated meters will prevent customers from bypassing it and loading illegal electricity tokens. The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to express on behalf of government our most sincere and profuse condolences to the family of Busakwe, one of the customers who had queued at the customer center, Eskom Customer Center in Orlando East Community Hall. Unfortunately, passed whilst on the queue. And let me also just thank and congratulate the 4.9 million who had earlier heeded our call for them to transition into KRN2, the new platform, for having heeded that call. I want to make the point that Eskom, starting October of 2023, had used multiple media platforms, including vernacular radio stations, to convey the call and the need for people to present themselves for purposes of transitioning, and also to make the point that those who had paid or bought electricity in the past 12 months would not have had the kind of experience that we had seen over the past few days. So multiple media had been used, and I'm happy to announce that since the intensification last week, Wednesday, the 2.1 million, of the 2.1 million zero buyers, so zero buyers are people who have never bought electricity in the past 12 months, and yet they are consuming electricity. 400,000 of them have come forward, regularized themselves, and now we have been able to grow the customer base of Eskom diligent payers by an additional 400,000 customers. I must make the point that this transition to KRN2 will not necessarily detect those who are bypassing the meters. All that it does is to eliminate ghost vendors, those who have corrupted the platform. So we still have an obligation to engage and pursue those who are bypassing the meters, illegal connection. And that's why we've extended the period until the 13th of December for the 1.7 million who have bypassed the meters. They claim the meters are faulty, to present themselves so that we can initiate a process of ensuring that everyone is regularized, who are able to protect the revenue streams of Eskom, and I guess that the same will apply for municipalities as and when they see it fit. Thank you very much, House Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, given that it will cost customers 12,000 rand to replace their meters if they fail to meet the prepaid meter recode deadline, has Eskom improved revenue collection processes, among other requirements, as to effectively enforce this penalty? And what will happen to vulnerable and poor households who fail to meet the prepaid meter recode deadline and are not able to afford the 12,000 rand penalty? Ikakhulu kulamakhaya lapho ikati lihlezi lilele eziko, Honourable Minister. I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkosi. Maybe let me first start by saying that the 12,000 is a ceiling, so not necessarily that it's a fixed amount that is payable. But let's put this number into context so that there's an overall appreciation of what this number represents. I had made the point earlier on that before Wednesday, 2.1 million customers have consumed electricity over a period of more than a year without paying. What does this mean to the income stream of Eskom? The average consumption of a low-income household in a township per month is about 1,200. So 1,200 multiplied by 2.1 million households or customers who have not paid, it means that Eskom has been losing 2.5 billion rands per month, amounting to 30 billion rands per annum. You can apply that also to municipalities, and we have every reason to believe that the municipal situation is even more acute. Municipalities collectively are owed 340 billion rands. The majority of them are on the verge of collapse. So what I'm presenting before you is that the real casualties of this process is the diligent customer, the one that sacrifices other expenses to pay the municipal bill, to pay the Eskom bill. So I thought that that context is important. And what are we going to do with the indigent? Minister of Finance provides an allocation to the indigent. That money flows to the indigent, goes to the municipality through an established grant and Eskom. But what we know is that 80% of the households that qualify for indigent allocation are not receiving that money, because that money gets to be directed to meet other spending pressures of municipalities. So as we create this platform, it's going to allow us to intelligently allocate this money to those that are deserving, so that you are cutting the middlemen and the poor are cushioned against the runaway tariff increases. Thanks, Chair.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Peterson.
Honourable Minister, what measures has Eskom implemented to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of this awareness campaign and support challenges provided to customers, particularly in underserved areas? And how does the utility plan to address any gaps in communication to access that may hinder the successful completion of the meter updates? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair and the member. I had made the point earlier. Anyone who had bought electricity in the past 12 months will not be standing on the queue. That's the first point to be made. You are automatically upgraded as you buy this electricity. So we're confronted with people who are bypassing the meters, people who've got access to electricity without meters, people who are costing Eskom 30 billion rands per annum, and municipalities something significantly more than that. That is what is confronting us. But to your question, I did say that we had gone out aggressively communicating. We'll continue to communicate. The customer care centers are open, so we'll make sure that we are of a helping hand. But that generosity goes until the 13th of December, beyond which point there's aggressive credit control, because we need to protect the revenue streams of municipalities and Eskom to continue to be a going concern. Otherwise, the diligent payers are the ones who are subsidizing those who choose not to pay, including the rich and affluent. In some of the most expensive suburbs, they choose not to pay. It's an untenable situation. It's something that needs to be arrested, and arrested quickly. Thanks, Chair.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Bapti.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, the STS KRN rollover project implemented by Eskom and the distributing municipalities for their customers who are on prepaid metering met with some challenges on timeless response by some customers. Certain municipalities were red flagged for their lackluster approach to the project, and Makana municipality failed to make any progress. What interventions or support will be made to address the plight of affected customers in all struggling municipalities, and particularly in Makana?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I want to state that we'll make every effort to coordinate our efforts working with SALGA. We had already initiated that. SALGA is an umbrella body that coordinates and organizes local government without necessarily isolating any particular municipality, but I do get the point that, as per question, is more pronounced in Makana. Now that it has been brought to our attention, we'll do everything possible to support them. The intention is to ensure that we are able to insulate those who are deserving, that are indigent, that dispensation, in fact, is protected at the municipal level. And we also know that some of municipalities have hemorrhaged technical capacity and capability to be able to update, replenish the indigent register. So we'll do everything possible to support them in that effort and ensure that the money gets to flow to the deserving households, and also to protect the revenue streams of municipalities. But the long and short is that very patient. We do have a full appreciation of some of the challenges that are confronted by these municipalities and the fact that, as I've made the point, they've hemorrhaged skills over time. So it is in our interest that we work with them so that they protect their revenue streams, they are able to meet their constitutional obligations, because the state, one of the primary functions of the state is this thing of cross-subsidization. So you essentially take from the rich to subsidize the poor through the rollout of social infrastructure. And that's why in the design of the tariff, the more affluent and the more you consume electricity, the higher the tariff, so that we are able to subsidize the poor. Really is how the state is organized. So we'll do everything possible to support that effort, including that municipality, Makana, that has been mentioned. Thanks, Chair.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Speaker, I'm going to ask the question. Minister, some smart meters are GSM-based, but requires everything to be done manually. We had to recode it manually and even had to recharge it manually. Cell phones are also GSM-based and everything is done automatically, from grading its software to loading prepaid airtime. Is the department looking at smart meter technology that will not require manual recoding when we need to switch over to key revision number 3? In the future, and in the department looking at smart meters that will automatically be recharged remotely once a voucher is purchased. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
No, absolutely correct. Thank you very much for that counsel and also suggestion. I think it's something that is looked at favorably. You are absolutely correct. I think we are behind the curve from a technology point of view. In fact, this generation of KRN2 should have accommodated that. And we have every intention also of assimilating artificial intelligence. So that critique is valid, justified, and we've got every intention to migrate in that direction. Thank you very much, Honourable Paulson Light, for the question.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 672 has been asked by the Honourable Butlani to the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. The question is about the withdrawal of the South African Broadcasting Corporation Bill and what is the recourse to urgently address the funding model of the SABC. The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. As we've indicated, even during the meeting with the Portfolio Committee, that the version of the bill as is doesn't solve the SABC's financial problems. And furthermore, that it also gave the minister, control over board appointments, which also impact on the SABC's independence, something that should be of concern to anyone. So the focus must really be on developing a sustainable financial model that will ensure that, one, the SABC's financial sustainability can be secured, it is independent and stable. And the request was done in line with the National Assembly rules. Rule 334, which the Speaker has also indicated that it was well within the rules of Parliament. The key thing is the finalization of the audio and audiovisual content policy, which would provide the foundation for a sustainable model for the SABC. And it's key that in this conversation we look at what does the SABC need. The SABC need to be financially sustainable, and to guarantee its financial future, you need a sustainable financial model, which is a very missing ingredient in the version of the bill as is. So it doesn't answer the very same question that it was sought to be created for. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Butlani.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, the SABC is another entity that has been subjected to political interference, poor management, and many other challenges over the years. This has caused the SABC to operate on state bailouts over the years. What steps are you taking, Minister, together with your department, to reintroduce the SABC bill to Parliament? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much. I think it's fair to recognize that the SABC comes from a very difficult past. Previous boards and even previous management have contributed to the very difficult state that the SABC found itself. But in the very same fair approach, I think it's important to recognize that the current board that is there and the current management have really made headways in repositioning the SABC to be what it actually should be. So the focus will be guided by the actions that the Speaker takes with regard to ATCing the bill, because the request has been made to the Speaker. The missing aspect is for that ATC to be done, and our commitment is to make sure that there isn't further delays, because we need the answer to provide the solution for the financial sustainability of the SABC.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for your response, and you've quoted on the efforts that the board is taking. Can you maybe just take the House into your confidence that in the interim, have you met with them and the management of the SABC to give them some reassurance on this issue? And what measures will you put in place to ensure that the SABC stays afloat? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. We had met with the SABC numerous times ahead of the request. What we haven't done is to meet with them, afterwards. But the key thing, as I said in response to Honourable Bodlani's question, is in this whole debate, the missing link is, in order for the SABC bill to be grounded on a policy intervention that guarantees having a financial model, we need to finalize the audio and audiovisual content policy, which is something that we're going to be dedicating our resources to, because that is a very key instrument to then setting up a key financial model, which is the answer or has the potential to answer a lot of the problems that regards the financial future of the SABC and any interim and long-term relief that it needs.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Arising from your response, Honourable Minister, the ACDP participated in a lengthy parliamentary inquiry into the SABC in 2017. Then we, as Parliament, passed a resolution which found the SABC funding model was woefully inadequate and made various recommendations in that regard. Therefore, it is regrettable that to date, some 7 years later, the proper funding model has yet to be formulated. Now, we take note of your response on the new bill, and one of the issues you've just referred to is the audiovisual and content policy. And we know that the SABC has been fighting a losing battle against the video streaming services. What will the Minister be recommending to ensure that streaming companies such as Netflix, Disney, and others contribute or obtain operating licenses to make it a level playing ground? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much for the question. Look, the world over is really grappling with that question of approaching how to institute a fair licensing regime, for instance, that deals with what are known as the OTTs or the streaming services. And I think part of the solution we'll be seeking is to specifically answer that question in terms of from a South African perspective, what would be the right course of policy interventions to make sure that there is fairness in the market, that every player who enters the South African market makes a contribution, because there is fairness in arguing that everyone who competes in our market should be making a contribution. So we'll obviously be looking what are the international trends also saying, looking at other countries that have introduced similar regimes to see if those can be applied in our instance. So the key thing is that we'll be guided by what the evidence says, so that our interventions are not grounded on thumbsuck interventions, but really meaningful, well-informed interventions that can help secure the future of digital broadcasting in South Africa.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Muhammad.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, your sudden, unexpected and irrational withdrawal of the SABC bill in November 2024, after the part of the legislation through Parliament had passed the critical public participation process in which the DA participated, a move that seems to have left the ANC in shock. This has also prompted the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications to lament that this highly ill-advised and infantile withdrawal of the legislation would sound the death knell for the SABC. Furthermore, Minister, did the DA brief its coalition partner, the ANC, on the withdrawal of the legislation prior to its withdrawal? If so, why is it a certain senior ANC MP is convinced that the withdrawal of the legislation will kill the SABC? If not, why did the DA take such a drastic measure without talking to its junior coalition partners? Siyabonga.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. If the Honourable Member was part of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, would have been aware, as we had and accounted to the Portfolio Committee, that that request was made in line with the National Assembly rules, Rule 334. Nothing was done illegally, nothing was done in any violation of the rules, and everything that was done was within the prescripts of the National Assembly rules and the legislative process. Thank you.
Question number 654 has been asked by the Honourable Kumalu to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. The question is about strategies to support small-scale fishing cooperatives through the Integrated Development Support Programme amid monopoly from industry giants. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Integrated Development Support IDS Programme is a cornerstone of the Department's commitment to empowering small-scale fishing cooperatives and ensuring their resilience against market monopolisation by larger industry players. Key strategies to enhance the effectiveness of the IDS program include the following. Capacity building. The department offers comprehensive training programs focused on business acumen, financial management, and sea safety to strengthen the operational capabilities of small-scale fishing cooperatives. Access to markets and resources through collaboration with the Department of Small Business Development, private sector entities and other government departments, efforts to facilitate access to both domestic and international markets. This includes mentorships initiatives, co-management structures, and support for developing infrastructure such as cold storage facilities. Funding and financial assistance, partnerships with financial institutions such as the Small Enterprise Finance Agency and the National Empowerment Fund ensure that small-scale cooperatives can access to the funding required for operational sustainability. Co-management and inclusivity. Co-management structures are established to ensure that communities are actively involved in decision-making, particularly regarding resource management and governance, and regulatory safeguards. Measures are in place to monitor and regulate monopolistic practices, ensuring a fair and equitable market for small-scale fishers. These interventions aim to level the playing fields, promote sustainable resource use, and foster economic empowerment within the small-scale fisheries sector. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kumalu.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Minister, based on the strategies that we have just outlined now, how can your department ensure that these strategies are not only effectively implemented, but they are monitored to support small-scale fishing cooperatives against the exploitation in the industry? Thank you very much, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. I think everybody would know that the fishing space is very highly contested space. And the reason for that is because we got depleting fishing stock. So the total allowable catch that is available has been depleting over time for several reasons. There's been overfishing, there's been illegal fishing, and also it's the effect of climate change. So very importantly, what the department is doing is to make sure that where we can allocate more to small-scale fishers, that is done. Also, what we are doing is making sure that we can do proper surveillance to make sure that the players are not overfishing, specifically the larger players, because obviously the smaller fishers don't have as much capacity. It is so that our department has limited resources and that it's not possible to be everywhere. And that's one of the complexities that we have. So what we are looking at is ways that we can enhance the surveillance of our coastline, make sure that we can catch those people that are illegally fishing and those that are overfishing according to their quotas. We do have inspectors. They can't be everywhere all the time, but we certainly make sure that where we are, have some kind of surveillance that something is happening, that we can actually be there. And that's something we need to monitor over time. It's also very important that the cooperatives also keep their eyes very closely on that. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable De Blok van Scheltinga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, given that most of South Africa's fish stocks are at low levels currently due to one or more of climate change, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and unsustainable fisheries management procedures, what alternative economies could be introduced to revive local fishing harbours and the surrounding fishing communities?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed, it is so that our fish stock is getting more and more depleted, and if we don't take immediate action to make sure we can replenish the stock, we are going to have to rely more and more heavily on other economies, such as the harbour economies. Now, I have initiated the Fishing for Freedom tour of the various small harbours with the intention of speaking to the fishing communities who have been disconnected from the ocean economy to discuss how it's possible to do the reconnection. So, for example, if the fish stock is depleted, what other harbour economy activity we can do. So very importantly, if we look at some of the harbours are very derelict, we've got buildings on the harbours that are in terrible state of disarray. Those are conversations that are going on because we need to fix them up. And if we can do that, we can also start kick-starting other industries. So, for example, we can have on the harbours, we can have cold storage, so where there is fish, that people are able to use those facilities for free. Also, if we can enhance other kind of activity, for example, ecotourism, that's a popular thing, lots of visitors, etc. And there are a number of harbours where we've identified possibilities that we can roll out. So that's part of the Fishing for Freedom strategy, where we can make sure that our communities that have been disconnected from the ocean economy can be reconnected. And even if the fish stock is depleted, that there is enough for sustainable entrepreneurial activity on the harbours. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Managa.
Ndolibuwa muzulachidulo phindulo yavo Minister Roipa noitechelesa. Minister, your department has a proposal to impose levy to small-scale fishing co-ops. We're talking we're talking small-scale fishers who suffer inequitable allocation of fishing rights, restricted quotas, amongst others. Is that fair, Minister, given the fact that your department has integrated development support program for small-scale co-ops written only in papers, which is not implemented? Can you please, Minister, take this House into confidence that the program that you have just announced will be implemented? And if it will be implemented, when will it be implemented? And how will the small-scale fishers benefit from that program?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the question. Now, it is so that there was a problem in the fishing license allocations. Now, we know that's the case. And the reason for that appears to be that many of the smaller fishers were not able to actually access the process to get allocated fishing licenses. So we did have a situation where people who are not actually located or living near the coast were given licenses. And that's a process that has already happened. Now, there are a number of appeals that are in process, and of course, I can't speak about those in detail, but certainly what I've said before is that where it is possible to allocate more licenses to small-scale fishers, that's exactly what the department will do. So that's the one thing. The other thing is that it's making the process easier for the next time. So what happened this time is that many of the small-scale fishers were unable to read, for example, and did not have access to online applications, etc., and therefore they got excluded from the application process. What I have ensured is to make sure that in any applications that are done, that application form is made simpler, that at our local offices along the coast, that where applications are made, that there are people that can assist. Now, of course, that's not an easy process because fishing licenses have been allocated for a fairly long period of time. There have been a number of court cases also. So because we're in a very contested space, no matter what the department does, it gets sued. If it applies X, it gets sued. If it applies Y, it gets sued. And that's because the fish stock is depleted, and that's the big issue. So we can manage to sort that out, then we can get somewhere. Also, very importantly, the aquaculture bill is coming to Parliament soon, and that will look at how we can create alternative industries with the fish stock. So, for example, fish farming that can happen not only along the coast, but also upcountry, that allow people to actually not only feed themselves, but also to be entrepreneurial with fish stock. So we're looking at broadening the base, because if there aren't enough fish, we have to create alternatives. Thank you.
Last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, true and meaningful gender equality within the fisheries sector continues to elude us. Yet historically, women have played a crucial yet undervalued role in this sector. The 7th administration has placed a very strong focus on the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Can you therefore outline to this House what your department is doing to ensure that your department plays its part in terms of empowering women, youth, and persons with disabilities, but in particular within the small-scale fishing cooperatives value chain? Because, Honourable Minister, it goes without saying that if we empower a woman, we empower a house, a family, and a community at large. I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the department and the whole of the government of national unity is very animated by the fact that we need to focus on our youth, our people with disabilities, and our women. Because if you leave anybody behind, you don't actually have a functioning country, you don't have an effective society. So we're all animated about that. It's not the easiest thing to do because you've got your historical imbalances. So certainly what my department is doing is looking at how, when, for example, allocations are made, when we look, for example, at a new aquaculture bill, how do you specifically look at youth and people with disabilities and women in particular? Also, it is very important that when the next set of licenses come in, because what's happened is that licenses have been allocated for a number of years, sometimes for over a decade, and so that doesn't come up very often. We're also looking now, for example, at the transfer of rights. So those regulations have been out, and we're looking specifically at how we can make sure that if the rights are going to be transferred, that we can give some priority to people who are in that particular category. So younger people, people with disabilities, and women in particular. If that can happen, then we can actually start capacitating a bit more. It's not easy because there's a limited number of stock. That's why it's so contested, the space, is because there's only so much that can go around. If there's an over-allocation, for example, just adding extra people, you'll find that there won't be any stock left to go around because there's no time for them to breed and replenish. So that's a system that we need to work on. But I can certainly assure you that in all of the developments that we're doing is that gender specifically is on the forefront of our mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 711 has been asked by the Honourable Madlala to the Minister of Agriculture. The question is about the department plans and basis to build a sugar milling factory in Makatini Flats, despite not being involved in the feasibility study. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to the member who asked the question. This matter falls under the portfolio of the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. However, because the Government of National Unity is responsive and accountable, I took the liberty to source the information, as the two departments are still notionally at an administrative level, functioning as one department. The Rural Development Branch, which falls under Minister Nyonso, indicated that the outcome of the bankability feasibility study will be presented after the study has been concluded. The department has entered into an agreement with National Treasury to use the services of the Government Technical Advisory Services, GTAC, as a partner on this project. GTAC have concluded the procurement process to appoint a transactional advisor and technical team to undertake the bankable feasibility study, business plan, and preliminary design for the establishment of a multifunctional sugar mill in the Makatini region, Umkhanyakude District Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. The project was initially approved for an amount of 8 million on the basis of the estimate provided by the then KZN Provincial Shared Service Centre to the National Development Approval Committee. After all supply chain management procurement processes were followed by National Treasury's Government Technical Advisory Services, GTAC, the bidding price increased to 16,174,452 rand. Additional funding for an amount of around 8 million has been approved by the National Development Approval Committee on the 29th of October 2024 to allow GTAC to conclude the process of appointing transactionary advisory services to produce a bankable feasibility study, business plan, and preliminary designs for the establishment of a multifunctional sugar mill in the Makatini region. Future questions in this regard can be directed to Minister Nyonso, who will be able to answer in greater detail. I thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nkitam.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, you are in the Government of National Unity, so it is not inappropriate that you should answer on behalf of your colleague. Now, you know, in Makatini, we have over 3,000 small-scale growers, which is a very solid base for rural development. Now, it's important that this study, when it comes out positive, that the minister must commit here. Can you commit, Minister, that when the feasibility study says, yes, we can develop this mill, that you will support the further development of that mill so that these small growers can benefit and rural development happen in that area? I thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. Obviously, I cannot commit on behalf of another minister. Although we're all part of the same government, there are different departments and different responsibilities, which we exercise in terms of the delegations given to us by the President of the Republic, His Excellency C.R. Ramaphosa. So you will have to direct that question to Minister Nyonso. However, I do agree with the honourable member that there is huge opportunity there for a revival around the sugar growing, it's particularly small-scale growers of sugar who have been disadvantaged because of the lack of sufficient milling capabilities in that particular area. So whilst I cannot commit Minister Nyonso's department, I can overcommit the Department of Agriculture to working with the small-scale cane growers there to be able to focus on how they improve their yield and production and profitability so that they can become sustainable, viable, and profitable in the longer term. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Davids. Honourable Davids, before you take the floor, Honourable Manye, why do you want to be recognised?
Chairperson, could you perhaps help clarify the House as to when does the collective responsibility of Cabinet kick in? We can't have members of Cabinet here that keep kicking the can down the line to say this minister is not here and yet these are Cabinet members.
Honourable Manye, unfortunately that's not a point of order. It's really a point of argument, and I know it's an argument that has been referred to the Rules Committee and the subcommittee. So I'm unfortunately not in a position to make a ruling in that regard. Honourable Davids.
Thank you, Chair of the House. Honourable Minister, how far is the feasible study and has the Sector Innovation Fund assist in addressing challenges in the sugar industry of price fluctuations, mills closing, and establishment of bio-refined facilities? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much again. I can't give details on the sustainability of the feasibility study outside of what the branch that falls under Minister Nyonso has provided me here today. However, I think the honourable member does make an excellent point around how we provide the right support for particularly small-scale growers in the sugar sector. Now, many would know that the sugar sector, and particularly small-scale growers, are under significant pressure. They've been affected by a number of things, world prices, but also decisions and policy decisions made in South Africa, for instance, the sugar tax, which has had a significant impact on their ability to operate. As a result of that, mechanisms have been put in place to try and find A, alternative crops, or B, different uses for sugar than the traditional milling. And as I presented at the, or advanced at the Cabinet Subcommittee recently, one of the areas that we should be looking at is biofuels and the use of sugarcane there. India, Brazil, China, and many of our fellow contemporary countries are much further advanced on the use of biofuels and the use of sugar, soya, and maize for the production of biofuels, which reduce our reliance on imported oil, which would be able to save us in the long term in terms of oil revenues, costs, and also be able to provide alternative uses for the sugar sector. All of this obviously falls under the Sugar Master Plan, which also again falls under the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. However, the Department of Agriculture is actively working within the sugar sector to ensure that we provide the relevant agricultural support, input support, as well as research and technology from institutions like the Agricultural Research Council and the department itself to assist small-scale growers to be able to improve yields and improve their profitability. I thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Oukamp.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, thank you very much for taking the time to answer questions that's not really relevant to your department. We really appreciate it. Honourable Minister, with regards to the Makitini Flats Sugar Mill project, can you maybe give us information on why there were delays with the commencement of this project? Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Oukamp. I think that there have been several technical delays as well as some scoping issues, and I think that's largely reflected in the inflation of the price. It's now almost double what was originally scoped, and I think that the appointment of transaction advisors has taken some time, but I've no doubt that Minister Nyonso would be able to attend the Portfolio Committee to give a full accounting of that particular reason for the delays, but certainly those are the reasons that were advanced to me when I made an inquiry to enable me to answer this question in the House today. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Montwedi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, you'll agree with me that the sugar tax is negatively affecting the sugarcane farmers and taking them out of business. Now, the construction of the sugar mill will assist in terms of the high transport cost, because I remember in 2019 when we were on an oversight in KZN, sugarcane farmers raised the concern that they are unable to use Transnet services because they are expected to pay a demand upfront when they don't have money. Now, as part of the sugarcane master plan, where your Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, they are involved there, do you agree that the mill will assist in decreasing the input cost and assist in avoiding the collapse of the sugarcane industry that this 10% sugar test is actually doing in the sector? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Honourable Member for referring to me as Minister today. He was using another term yesterday. However, let me just say this, that of course, the point the Honourable Member makes is absolutely correct. That what you want to do when you are looking at projects is make sure that there is a market linkage or a value chain linkage to that project. Of course, sugar mills, the closer you locate them to the producers, the more you reduce the friction costs of that particular operation. We already know, as we will hopefully get to the question 656, where I'll be able to share some of those, constraints around rail and road obviously add significantly to the operational costs of farmers, whether it's sugar or any other agricultural product. So when we cite agro-processing and agricultural initiatives, as well as things like mills, the location is very important. And the more small-scale growers we can link into value chains, as well as into market access, the more chance of success that they have. Reducing transport costs, reducing the other costs associated with haulage will make a big difference in ensuring that that reflects in their bottom line, which will lead to them becoming more sustainable, viable, and profitable in the longer term. I would agree with the Honourable Member. I think the sugar tax has done some harm in the sugar sector, but that is precisely why government is looking so closely now at trying to find alternative uses for sugar that will allow them to diversify their product offering and product range, and to find other areas that could potentially bring in greater yields than relying on the sugar price dictated by world markets. Thank you.
Honourable Members, question number 695 has been asked by the Honourable Mahotwe to the Minister of Finance. The question is about how introducing e-visas for foreign nationals to work in the country will boost the economy, create jobs, and impact the target of creating 1 million jobs. The Honourable the Minister.
Honourable House Chairman, I must make the point that the operational responsibility for this function lies with my colleague, Honourable Schreiber. However, Honourable Schreiber is pursuing a policy of government of structural reforms. And in those structural reforms, two things are distinct which should not be conflated. One is the e-visa system, whose main objective is to facilitate tourism, particularly from a number of key markets, China and India. In 2023, it is estimated that outbound tourists from China were about 100 million. South Africa only benefited 93,000 of those. And therefore, it's quite important to note that the digital transformation of the visa process is key to growing that number and creating many more jobs in the tourism sector. In line with the standard procedures around the world, holders of tourist visas, whether in paper or digital format, are not allowed to work while in that country. Park that. That's a separate category completely. The second category of visas, which is distinct from the e-visa system, which is intended for tourism, is the attraction of skills in the economy, which is governed by a new points-based certificate system for critical skills and work visas. Again, I must make the point that determination of what critical skills are is a joint project between the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Employment and Labor. This reform too will substantially enhance transparency, combat fraud and corruption, and enhance the attraction of vitally needed skills. Work by National Treasury and Operation Vulindlela has found that the skills shortage is the second biggest impediment to economic growth than after load shedding. We are committed to unlocking the economic power of both tourism and skills, but these two categories are distinct and should not be conflated. I thank you.
Is there a member taking charge of the first follow-up on behalf of the EFF?
Yes.
Please proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. I must say I've never seen the Minister of Finance stutter and stumble. He's even changed seats. Perhaps the question really doesn't belong to him. If we were to believe, Minister, that using this program you'll create... Speaker, can you please call the ANC caucus into order? I can't hear myself speak.
Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Member, you were still quite audible. And now you've just assisted the ANC caucus to become rousy. So order, all members. Order. Honourable Member, please pose your question.
Thank you very much for protecting me, Speaker. If we were to believe that indeed you'll create 1 million jobs next year using this program, which specific industries will these jobs be created in and in which provinces? And what is the estimated number of jobs per industry? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
I have made the point that critical skills are needed in different sectors, not in any specific sector. And those skills will be based on a point-based system. And the jobs will be created not in one sector, but in different sectors. There is an average estimate as to how much a critical skill you bring in and how much jobs are likely to create. Let me just give you an example. If you bring in a highly skilled technician, which we don't have in the country, it is assumed that underneath that technician, there will be about 5 other artisans that work under that person, which are local. So I'm making these assumptions and this prediction because I'm saying that will depend on which sector the application is made for. I thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kaleka Mazibuku.
Thank you very much, House Chair. With regard to Operation Vulindlela, the President, in his opening of Parliament address in 2020, spoke on the importance of the implementation of structural reforms to sustain economic recovery in order to address the underlying causes of low economic growth and high unemployment. What measures has the Minister put in place to make sure the program is implemented with urgency it deserves, and how far is the progress in this regard? I thank you.
Honourable Minister.
We have said we are in the first phase, we are concluding the first phase of Operation Vulindlela. We are now looking at the second phase of Operation Vulindlela, which means that we're making progress. But if you look at the first reforms, a substantial progress has been made, which Minister Ramkhupa referred to in relation to the energy and electricity sector through the promoters NECO. Much progress is being made to the logistic roadmap in order to make strides in the logistics sector. New proposals are being made for new sectors which will be part of that configuration. Thank you.
The third supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Alexander.
Thank you very much. The DA has constantly advocated for policies that enhance economic growth and job creation. The e-visa system has the potential to revitalise the South African tourism sector, which has the potential to create jobs and attract foreign currency. A streamlined process for visas, especially those for tourism and business travellers, could be hugely advantageous to South Africa. Minister, could you provide information on an economic model demonstrating how e-visas could potentially create a net positive employment in South Africa, given the current high unemployment?
Honourable Minister.
I have indicated earlier on that the line function responsibility of this is Minister Shraba in Home Affairs. I don't know what model has he done in order to look at e-visas. The model we did was not for a specific reform, but for if all these structural reforms were to be implemented, what impact will it have on the economy? And the number we came through was a growth of about 3%, alternatively another 600 billion investment into the economy for the structural reforms as a category. And that modeling has also been done by the University of Stellenbosch, which came closer to the same number of 3.5% growth. Thank you.
Honourable Molefe, you have the opportunity to ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, according to a study by Chumukuche and Mutuki of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, published in 2020, labour migration policies based on the work visa present several critical human rights-related challenges which prevent the migrants, especially women, from full integration because South Africa lacks integration policies for migrants. The study recommends full migration management, including integration assistance by the government, which will come at a cost. Given our high unemployment, severely limited resources from the fiscus, and the needs of South Africa's indigenous population, will the government consider the funding and implementation of such full migration policies? If not, what will be the humanitarian cost to the migrants of not implementing such policies? If yes, where will the money come from?
Honourable Minister.
As things stand, we have not been presented with a proposal to fund a migration program. And therefore it's difficult to estimate what its cost is and where the money is likely to come from. In the absence of that information, it's difficult to make a confirmation to the member of what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, question number 655 has been asked by the Honourable Nkopane to the Minister of Employment and Labour. The question is about measures in place for labour inspectors when denied access to workplaces for inspections, and which sectors are the most notorious for this practice. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, Honourable Kompana, for this question. The inspectors work in collaboration with South African police services. In instances where access may be an issue, SAPS is able to assist inspectors in that regard. However, Honorable House Chair, lockouts are not widespread. There's been isolated incidents of such in the agricultural sector, in the farms specifically. So that is a matter that you assist with. It's not a very serious challenge, but the laws of this country in particular, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the Occupational Health and Safety Act, serve as a buffer in instances where such lockouts are experienced. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nkopane, you have the opportunity to ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. To the Honorable Minister, what proactive measures is your department implementing in enhancing and facilitating better working relations between inspectors and employers that will ultimately promote a culture of compliance with labor laws?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much again, House Chair. Thank you, Member. Since the expansion of the mandate of the department from being the Department of Labor to being the Department of Employment and Labor, it has become our responsibility to proactively also engage the employers, because there can't be any employment without employers. Hence, we once said in this House, our interest is not only about employees, but we are also interested in what the business is doing, because we want employers to create sustainable and decent jobs for our citizens. It is for that reason that we also implement advocacy. And as such, we engage with the employers. We have seminars, we have workshops, we have awards for those employers that are implementing best practices, so that we are able to share with the other employers to see that it's not only about us being punitive in approach as we enforce the labor laws, but we also want to encourage employers to comply. Again, we're engaging with the network so that all those constituent organizations that are in the network, in particular the business, they understand that we as employment and labor, we are also even advocating for us having some time for the employers to be given. It's a matter that we are still discussing, as a time for them not to be compliant when they are still small and when they've just started their businesses in a period of less than 2 years. That shows the commitment that we are having to be proactive, to create an environment where employers may be able to comply with our laws. Thank you, House Chair.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Bagram.
Thank you, Minister. In essence, we have 2,000 inspectors who service millions of businesses in South Africa. The reality is that even with 2,000 inspectors, we cannot ensure that even 50% of them are on the road. One of the least problems is a lockout by business owners. The biggest problem is capacity in numbers and equipment. Invariably, the equipment is broken. And the majority of inspectors don't have transport and certainly don't have equipment. Sectors such as farming and businesses in far-flung places very seldom see inspectors, in fact never. Minister, you said you're going to employ more inspectors for BEE. Isn't it wise rather to inspect for health and safety because of the problems we're having in South Africa?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. The honorable member was very soft, but I will try. I could hardly hear what you are saying until he appears on the screen, then I was able to hear. But responding on the issue of inspection, we inspect implementation and compliance of all labor laws, not only occupational health and safety. So even the issue of Employment Equity Act, Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Occupational Safety, Health and Safety Act, UI Act, the list is long. So we are not just about looking at BEE or targeting only safety. Of course, safety of our workers is very important, as equally all other matters that talk to workers' rights is important to us. So we've got a serious responsibility to also ensure that these employers do comply in particular with the Employment Equity Act. And the issue of ensuring that, again, those that are belonging to the category of black-based broad economic empowerment, we are having a challenge in terms of the law that we find in South Africa. We are working in partnership with the relevant departments, in particular my neighbor seated next to me, the Department of Small Business Development, to ensure that we've got a law that assists those previously disadvantaged business owners or category of small businesses in the form of BEE policies that must be enforced, and we must ensure that we work with them to inspect that there is compliance in terms of the BEE. So we are also biased, as we said again in this House when we were asked questions about issues of BEE, issues of affirmative action. We are still strong to say we have a responsibility to address these inequalities of the
Thank
past
you, Honourable
and
Minister.
injustices of the past. Thank you, House Chair.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Motubatsi.
No, thanks, Chair. You know, I was in Tabazimbi this past week, and the people of Tabazimbi have made an observation that in most cases, questions that are asked by the GNU to the GNU ministers are actually meant to cajole them. And this particular member terms it to be sweetheart questions, which are not actually assisting in the transformation agenda. And it is for this reason that they've swear that they'll vote correctly in the coming local government elections. Now, Minister, you said that this is not widespread, is in particular in the department in agriculture. Have you been able to engage with this particular sector to deal with this particular question, especially at the level of NETLEC? And also, is there any empirical evidence that you can produce, maybe in future, to say that this is what we are doing in this particular sector to deal with this widespread question that is there? Thanks, Chairperson.
Honourable Minister.
Maybe, Honourable House Chair, what confused me is the sweetheart part of the responses and questions, and I looked at the member as a sweetheart, and I lost the gist of the question that he was asking. And I think this issue of sweethearts also lost the member. He missed my response, because I never said it's widespread. I said it's not widespread. The issue of lockouts, it's not widespread. But there are few incidents that have happened at the agricultural sector. And I said, Honourable House Chair, in instances where the inspectors are locked out, they do have a legal recourse, which is Conditions of Employment Act Section 63, which gives inspectors power of entry in instances whereby inspectors are locked out. Then they can invoke and enforce that section. Again, inspectors can also invoke Section 34 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act that prevents any workplace or institution to obstruct the work of any inspector. So the most effective and efficient way of dealing with lockouts has always been through the assistance by SABC. But of course, from time to time, we engage with the sectors, including this particular sector, on areas where we think there are challenges in the spirit of us advocating. As I said, we play advocate's role and we also educate before we come to inspect and enforce. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Denner, you may ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister Meath, there is an unfortunate situation where officers of many government departments and entities fail labour inspections due to failing to provide a safe workplace, amongst other reasons. That's why some traffic officers, even police stations and some master's offices are sometimes closed down and in the process failing the public. What I'd like to know, Minister, is has your department considered any additional or special measures to ensure that the government itself, the state departments themselves, comply with labour legislation, because this is an unacceptable situation and should not happen at all. And if you haven't considered these measures, would you consider instituting such measures? Thank you, House Chair.
Honourable Minister.
In the spirit of our Constitution, Honourable House Chair, that all are equal before the law. We as the Department of Employment and Labour, when we do inspections, we don't look at the face of who owns, who is in transgression. And as such, even government departments, offices that are found not to be compliant or to be a risk to the workers, we unfortunately issue prohibition notices, and then if they are not complied with, we close those offices down. So we've closed quite a few offices, including in the recent past, when we closed offices, but we'll continue in the spirit of intergovernmental relations to engage the relevant department, in particular the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, to assist us to ensure that all government offices do meet the minimum standards in terms of compliance so that our workers are safe in those buildings. Thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, the time allocated for questions to Cluster 4, the economics cluster, has now expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard. Before we move on to the half an hour set aside for the questions to the Minister of International Relations, I wish to make two deferred rulings. Honourable members, during the ministerial responses to member statements on 29 October this year, Honourable Mabata rose on a point of order objecting to the words used by the Honourable Mantashe, which in the view of the Honourable Mabata he considered as unparliamentary as it amounted to an allegation of criminality. As it was not clear to me what had been said at the time, I undertook to study the unrevised Hansard and returned to this House with a considered ruling. Having had an opportunity to study the unrevised Hansard, I wish to rule as follows. According to the unrevised Hansard, the Honourable Mantashe, partially in reference to the MK party, stated, and I quote, "However, it projects itself as a continuation of the ANC's legacy. That's why it quotes Tambo. As the ANC, we still remain committed to the mobilization of all strata and classes in society. A confused MK party must develop its identity and refine it. Fortunately, we know the difference and the distinction between a revolutionary and a criminal, a vigilante or an enemy agent. We know the difference." End of quote. Honourable members, as we are all aware, the Constitution affords us freedom of speech, subject to the rules and orders of this House, to ensure that reasoned and measured debate can at all stages occur. Rule 85 determines that no member may impute improper motives to another member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity, or verbally abuse a member in any other way. After careful consideration of the exact words used by the Minister and the context in which they were used, it is clear that the word criminal was used to draw a comparison between a revolutionary and a criminal, a vigilante or an enemy agent. Now, firstly, it must be noted that the Minister, in using the word criminal and by linking it to the word we, put forward primarily an argument about who and what his party is not. In as far as the Minister argued that the party to which the Honourable Mabata belongs must still identify itself, yet again a quote, it must follow that no direct allegation was made by the Minister against any individual member of this House. consequently, it cannot be reasonably ruled that the minister breached the rules of this House. Honourable members, order. On the 14th of November, during the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure's response to his executive statement, Ms. Mahotwe raised a point of order asking the Chair to clarify whether the Minister's remarks contravened parliamentary rules, and particularly Rule 84 and Rule 85. I undertook to study the Hansard before making a ruling. The unrevised Hansard indicates the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to having said the following, and I quote, "You know, there is a party that understands and recognizes failed infrastructure projects, and that is the EFF. You will recall On Point Engineering, a company that was linked to the leader of the EFF and that couldn't deliver a project in Limpopo." End of quote. Honourable members, this statement does not suggest that Mr. Malema was complicit in any wrongdoing, but makes what could be regarded as political commentary or an argument. The comment does not constitute offensive or disrespectful language, nor does it impugn Honourable Malema's integrity. It does not directly or indirectly link the Honourable Malema to an allegation of personal impropriety. Therefore, it cannot reasonably be held that the Minister has breached the rules of this House in making the statement in question.
That sounds like a GNU ruling.
Order. Honourable members, we will now move on, as I've referred to earlier, to questions that stood over when ministers in the Peace and Security Cluster answered questions previously. Questions number 424, 393, 434 and 425 was asked to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation and stood over in terms of Rule 144.1. These questions will now be taken, and an additional 30 minutes will be added to question time to deal with those. Question number 424 has been asked by the Honourable Powell to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. The question asks about what motivated the request to relocate the Taiwanese embassy from Pretoria to Johannesburg, and how will this affect the Republic's export market in Taiwan. The Honourable Minister. I think the Honourable Minister was out of the country for so long, his privileges have been revoked. Honourable Minister, just move to a working microphone.
Come.
Yeah. Thank you. This one is working, Honourable House Chair. The term unofficial embassy used by Honourable Powell is precisely the reason for the relocation. Is to remove any lingering ambiguity about the identity of the entity. When the Democratic South Africa became a member of the UN in 1994, it aligned with international law and the international consensus in terms of adherence to UN resolutions, including Resolution 2758, that recognized the People's Republic of China as the sole legitimate representative of China to the United Nations. In December 1997, the democratic government of South Africa severed its diplomatic relations with Taiwan and continued with non-diplomatic and non-political engagement, limited to consular, trade, investment, science and technology, and education. In January 1998, the South African government signed a memorandum of understanding and establishing diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China, committing to the One China policy and recognizing that there is one China in the world and that the government of the PRC is the sole legal representative of the whole of China, recognizing the People's Republic of China's position that Taiwan is an inalienable part of China, including the region of Tibet, Hong Kong, and Macau, South Africa's foreign policy as outlined in the 2020 framework document on national interest and the 2012 white paper on foreign policy emphasizes the need for periodic reviews of national interest and adaptability in response to global shifts in geopolitics, economic powers, environmental factors, and regional security. The continual assessment of the international relations environment affords South Africa the opportunity to align its foreign policy with the evolving global landscape, ensuring that its national interests are relevant to the current realities, and effectively managing complex international relations aligned with its own national interests. In 2016, the South African government reassessed its relationship with Taipei in line with its commitment to the One China policy, relating to its non-political and non-diplomatic engagement. It downgraded the level of representation in the liaison office to the level of deputy director in 2017 and reduced the number of transferred officials in 2019. In December 2023 and April 2024, in further advancing the practical implementation of the One China policy, the government, through the department, instructed the Taipei liaison office to relocate out of the capital, Pretoria, and establish a trade office in Johannesburg, which is a norm across the world. This aligns with diplomatic practice, wherein embassies and high commissions are located in the capital and trade offices are located appropriately in Johannesburg, the economic hub of South Africa. The relocation with Taiwan should not negatively affect the trade of approximately 30.4 billion rands in 2023, as South Africa will continue with consular and technical cooperation with Taipei, including trade, investment, science and technology, and education through their trade offices as per the draft non-binding memorandum of arrangement shared with the TLO in October 2024. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. I have been informed, honourable members, that the Honourable Smith will take charge of the first supplementary question. Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The Minister's attempt to debate the term unofficial embassy is quite frankly moot. While South Africa acknowledged the One China principle in 1998, our country also established an agreement with Taiwan in 1997, allowing for Taiwanese diplomatic offices and representation in our state capital, Pretoria. This agreement has been in place now for 27 years without issue. Can the Minister tell this House what has now changed since the establishment of this agreement, and why the South African government is now seemingly being pressured to end these beneficial diplomatic and trade ties with Taiwan?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. As initially stated in the initial response, the South African government bases its decisions on the United Nations applicable policy with regards to diplomatic offices and in embassies. And in this regard, this is not an abnormality, it's a normal across the globe. And we have been very clear that our relations with Taiwan has never been at a political diplomatic level. It has always been a trade relations. It was just an arrangement that when the time arises and when they are ready, they will move to the capital city. And we now believe that moment has arrived. We have not been pressurized by anyone, but it is informed by the basis that I have already outlined. The United Nations resolutions, a UN resolution 2758, and a memorandum of understanding that established diplomatic relations of the two countries. Thank you, House
Thank
Chair.
you, Minister. The second supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Nkwangu.
I'm not even aware I'm supposed to be answering a question. Please move forward.
Honourable Nkwangu of the IFP.
Cool, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Chair.
Honourable Minister,
what potential benefits does the government foresee for Johannesburg in hosting Taiwan's unofficial embassy, such as economic or political opportunities for the region?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Indeed, Johannesburg is a commercial hub of the country. Any trade office stands to benefit the Republic. As I've already said, approximately 30.4 billion in 2023 of economic trade between the two countries. So the city of Johannesburg, the whole country of South Africa stands to benefit, the region of SADC, and the entire continent through the Africa Free Trade Area. So both countries will still have benefits which are mutually beneficial in terms of trade. Taiwanese companies will still be able to trade across the African continent and reap the rewards of the Africa Free Trade Area as South Africa as a gateway to the continent. So there is huge benefits for both countries, and we look forward to continue this trade relation with Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, House Chair. South Africa's one China policy is a long-standing policy that we've had, and it is in line with global practice, an acceptable practice in terms of diplomatic relations. What I'd like to ask the Minister, if there was a specific threat to our national interest in not changing the location of Taiwan's representative office from Pretoria to Johannesburg, because it appears to be neither here nor there. They will never have an embassy in South Africa, period.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah. Thank you. The presence of the embassy of the liaison office in Pretoria, in diplomatic eyes and circles, it reflects a political diplomatic relationship. That's why when in 2016 the South African government reassessed its relationship with Taipei in line with its commitment to the One China policy relating to its non-political and non-diplomatic engagement, this was decided that indeed it is now time to downgrade, but also to ensure that the relocation does happen to move the Taipei trade liaison office to Johannesburg. And you will see that that was in 2016. So there has always been considerations, there has been engagement, and there has also been very goodwill extended by the South African government to the Taipei office to consider the practicalities of finding new accommodation, to build or to rent, whatever that they will see as suitable and practical, and DERCO has always been willing to help in this regard. So you will realize, Honourable House Chair, that in fact the South African government has been very reasonable, has been cordial, has been diplomatic, has done all in line with the protocols of the UN and also of the international convention guiding this practicality. So it is indeed in the national interest that all trade liaison offices should be in Johannesburg. There should be no confusion when you have a trade liaison office of only an exception of one country in the city of Pretoria, which you cannot afford to any other country that wants to host a trade liaison office. So it is in the national interest of our country that
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Mntwedi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, we all know that in terms of the Vienna Convention, Pretoria remains designated for all political and diplomatic missions, of which Taiwan does not fall within any of those categories. Why in the first place did we even allow Taiwan to operate within our borders? giving our unequivocal support to the One China policy? And should this existence of Taiwan's existence contradict our principal stance on recognizing only the Republic of China as the legitimate government of China? And can you explain how this aligns with our foreign policy objectives? Thank you, Minister of Tourism.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Indeed, the Vienna Convention only speak about political and diplomatic liaison in the capital.
House Chair. Order.
Oh.
Honourable Minister, just hold on for a moment. Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognised?
I've noted that the Honourable Member asked the question to a wrong minister. He said he's posing the question to a Minister of Tourism.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Member. I think that was in jest. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you, House Chair. Indeed, the Vienna Convention, indeed, in line with the Vienna Convention, only political and diplomatic liaison should be in the capital. And arrangements have been made with the South African government for a temporary trade and liaison office of Taipei in Pretoria during that period for practical considerations, which even at the time were then reviewed, and this was now communicated to the Taipei embassy, to the Taipei Trade and Liaison Office, and also to the home country, that they must now relocate to the city of Johannesburg. So what the South African government is doing is to comply with the Vienna Convention, is to also comply with the UN resolution that I've already outlined. It is not out of the norm. It is the norm internationally, and it is in the national interest of the Republic that we continue with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Members, question number 393 has been asked by the Honourable Modise Mpia, also to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, of course. The question is about how the Minister will leverage the G20 platform to advance global governance reforms and promote Africa's economic interests. The Honourable Minister.
South Africa is already playing an enhanced role as a member of the G20 Troika, together with Brazil and India, in support of one of Brazil's foremost priority on the reform of the global governance institutions, wherein G20 leaders are expected to advance efforts for a reinvigorated and strengthened multilateral system, rooted in the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and international law, with renewed institutions and a reformed governance that is more representative, effective, transparent, and accountable, reflecting the social and economic political realities of the 21st century. In terms of promoting the economic interests of Global South, South Africa considers the G20 to be an important vehicle for advancing the aspirations of developing countries and Africa's developmental priorities in particular. During its tenure as the president of the G20, South Africa will seek to ensure that the achievements of the SDGs, which are critical to the development of the Global South, remains at the center of international financing discussions, that long overdue and outstanding commitments are met, and that new at-scale, affordable and accessible funding is mobilized to support sustainable development. South Africa will also work to effectively respond to the current global economic, climate, and energy crisis, the debt crisis facing African and other developing countries. In this regard, South Africa will advocate for the curbing of illicit financial flows to accord developing countries a fair opportunity at sustainable development. South Africa will leverage on its membership and chairing of the G20 to support sustainable development in Africa in its social, economic, and environmental dimensions. The G20 is an important multilateral platform which combines to constitute nearly 60% of the global population, 80% of global GDP, and 75% of global exports. Thus, the G20 is a preeminent forum on whose stage global economic cooperation is facilitated. Thus, supporting emerging and developing economies to achieve sustainable development is vital for global stability and security, reducing resources pressure, population movements, and the risk of conflict. This is especially important for the African continent. Mobilizing predictable, sustainable, and low-cost finance for sustainable development will assist African countries to tackle the debt crisis and promote green trade investment, jobs, and growth. G20 is expected to have a significant economic benefit for South Africa, notable to tourism, transport, restaurants, entertainment, and hospitality industries. With global visibility in all 9 provinces, deliberate steps have been taken to ensure equitable distribution of G20 meetings across all provinces to benefit local economies, as tens and thousands of delegates and support staff from some of the world's largest developed and developing economies are expected to arrive in South Africa in 2025, from December 2024. It is expected that hosting G20 will create a number of direct and indirect jobs during this period and beyond. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Modise Mpia, you have the opportunity to ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, with South Africa set to lead the G20 in 2025 and an emphasis on advancing reforms for greater inclusion of Africa in the global south, what concrete steps and collaborative efforts are anticipated to advance the economic interest of Africa and the global south in line with the theme of the G20 summit in 2025?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. As honorable members will be aware, we will continue with the tradition and the invite to the AU to be part of the G20. This will give a platform to AU member states to advance Agenda 2063, to advance programs that are responding to the African challenges, including opportunities that arise from the Africa Free Trade Area flagship program. We will also invite Egypt, Nigeria, and will also ensure that countries in the SADC region also plays a significant role. In this regard, this will give more voices to countries in the African continent. We will also look to give more voices to countries in the global south, to give weight to the message of financing for development in the global south, and in particular the African continent, to respond to the developmental challenges of the continent, but also to respond to the financing challenges in relation to climate change. So this platform will be a people's platform. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the Honorable Smith to ask the second supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I'm glad that the Ministers referred to the troika of India, Brazil, and South Africa in the developing context, because South Africa's G20 presidency presents us with a crucial opportunity to learn from our developing world G20 counterparts in terms of economic growth, trade, and investment, where we can leverage international best practice for our own benefit. Will the Minister and South Africa take the lessons from G20 developing countries such as Brazil, India, and Indonesia, and abandon South Africa's outdated job and investment killing policies and embrace policies rooted in data-driven approaches and international best practice?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, House Chair. Indeed, we will take lessons from Brazil, from Indonesia, and from India. But South Africa will not only end there. We will also make an assessment of the past 20 years of G20, as this is a 20-year cycle of what has worked, what has been effective, and what has been efficient. We are not going to put just a label, as the honorable member seems to suggest, that we must just abandon particular programs that came as a result of our own history as a country in relation to the Labor Relations Act to protect the rights of workers. Even in Brazil and India and Indonesia, workers' rights are protected. So we can't just abandon what has worked. But we will look into all the years where the countries have hosted the G20 and look at the programs that are working, and we enhance them. And what may not work, we will also look into how we then refine it for the benefit of society as a whole. Indeed, we have to ensure that out of this we get lessons that will help us for economic growth, for us to resolve the joblessness in our country, unemployment, and also poverty. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Monte Twedi.
Minister, how do you intend to genuinely promote the economic interest of Africa and the Global South through the G20 platform when South Africa, under this 7th administration, is prioritizing the increased participation of the private sector in delivering public services? Many of these companies vying for control over critical sectors such as water, electricity, rails, and ports are from the Western nations, effectively swimming against the tide of reducing Western dominance. Even within the framework of BRICS, how does this align with our stated goals of achieving the Global South's collective interest? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. As I have stated earlier, indeed, we will amplify the voice of the Global South. It will be anchored on our also Africa Agenda 2063. And as I've said, we will continue to cooperate and work with many countries in the African continent to amplify the voice, but also to improve economic trade within the African continent. And the Africa Free Trade Area Flagship Program gives us this opportunity. Hence, in the G20, one of the key issues that will be engaged on is the issue of critical minerals, and that relates to value addition in the African continent. This needs the hands of all African countries and member states to play a critical role in this regard, because the African continent is home to the majority of the minerals needed for the future electric vehicles, artificial intelligence, and so forth. So this is a very important key platform that will continue to amplify and add that voice of the African continent on these issues, including issues of artificial intelligence and innovation, that the African continent should not only be a consumer or the Global South, but should also play a role in innovation. So there are a number of programs and working groups that will respond to these issues and will be aligned to the programs of the Government of National Unity to respond to unemployment, to respond to economic growth, and also to the poverty situation. And it will indeed, House Chair, as we have always stated, that with regards to the economy, it's a mixture where the state plays a role and the private sector plays a role too.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
It's mutually beneficial. Thank you.
Honourable Members, the last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nkwangu.
Honourable Minister, what specific initiatives or partnerships is South Africa planning to propose at the G20 to address the unique economic challenges faced by African nations, and how will these initiatives be integrated into the broader global economic framework. Thank you.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Indeed, I have already stated a number of the initiatives that will speak to the issues of the Africa Free Trade Area, the integration in the continent, and the financing for development for the African continent and for the Global South, the financing for climate change for the African continent and for the Global South, the financing related to innovation in the continent on artificial intelligence and the governance of it to benefit also the African continent and also the Global South. So all these matters and more additional ones will be within the working groups of the G20, and they will be intended to respond to these challenges, Honorable House Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the time allocated for questions to the Minister has now expired. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
The Secretary will read the first and second orders together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1st of April 2023 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to members of the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities. Consideration of draft report and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1st of April 2024 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to members of the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities.
I now recognize the Chairperson of the Committee, the Honourable Marquee, to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Speaker of the National Assembly referred to the committee on the 9th of July 2024 the draft notice from the President of the Republic of South Africa, which was a determination of salaries and allowances of members of the independent constitutional institutions in terms of the determination of remuneration of office bearers of independent constitutional institutions Laws Amendment Act of 2014. After deliberations, the Portfolio Committee on COCTA recommends that this House supports and approves the intended determination by the President of the Republic of South Africa of the salaries and allowances in relation to the public office bearers of the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities. The support by the Portfolio Committee is based on the assessment of the work of this Commission, which the Committee believes is crucial in building a compassionate and caring society that is united in respecting and in the intolerance of diversity based on race, religion, culture and languages. The CRL conducts information and education programs to promote public understanding of, respect for, and further the protection of rights and of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities to contribute to nation building in South Africa. The CRL further promotes awareness amongst the South Africans of the diversity of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities amongst communities and their rights. It monitors and investigates issues concerning these rights as well as develop strategies to facilitate the full and active participation of the identified communities. The Commission further receives and deals with requests related to these rights and makes recommendations appropriate to appropriate organs of state. our society still experiences episodes of cultural and religious intolerance, as well as display of underlying racist attitudes which often emerge unexpectedly in different and indirect manners. We all are aware of the issue of the Pretoria High School, why black learners were subjected to discriminatory hair policies, restriction on the use of their language, which caused the communities to go out and sign petitions and mount protests, something that no one would have expected 30 years after apartheid was formally abolished, proving that discriminatory laws may have been scrapped, but prejudices persist and ignorance may also just ahead as badly, unless we as South Africans remain sensitive to the deep scars of the centuries of discrimination and the dehumanizing conditions that undermine the dignity of the majority of the people. So with the interaction with the CRL, Department of Education has actually had an input in the amendment of some of the laws. Kunezinye inqubo zenkolo ezihlukene okufanele sifundisane ngazo ukuthi sikhuthaze ukubekezelelana nokuhloniphana ngezinkolo ezihlukene, njengokuthi kunamabandla enenqubo yokungagundi inwele, ibantu Church of Christ eHolotatu Bishop Bolane eMpumalanga, Nazareth Baptist Church ePhetho KwaZulu Natal. Laba basibikela ukuthi kunezikole lapho ingane sashemula khona inwele ziphoqa uba zigunde imbungculu, okuyinto engahambisani nenqubo inkomo yebandla. Khona lapha kwaba khona inkinga enkulu ngesililo sokungcwatshwa kwedumbu zabantu abangahlobene eThekwini, kwaze kwangenela le commission yakumisa lokho kuze kushintshe umthetho uhambisane nendlela yokuhlonipha abantu namasiko abo, kakhulukazi abamnyama. Ukuxhumana kwabangasekho nabaphilayo kuyinto ebucayi kakhulu ekudinga ihlonishwe nayintando yeningi. The commission further developed a protocol on graves which provides guidelines for relocation of graves and discovery of graves during construction and dispute resolution over the existence and access of graves on someone else's property. The Commission has also done work to prevent commercialization and abuse of people's belief system and referred illegal and harmful practices in churches to South African police services. The Commission has also been involved in reviewing various bills, Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes, Marriage Draft Bill and Customary Initiation, as well as the Witchcraft Suppression Act. The ANC believes that creating awareness of rights on diverse cultural and religious linguistic communities and building acceptance and tolerance among South Africans is a critical factor in nation building to foster social cohesion, which is necessary in building a united and non-racial democracy. The ANC supports the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, and the usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. Today, while we discuss the draft notice to determine the salaries, allowances and benefits of the Commission for the promotion and protection of the rights of cultural, religious and linguistic communities for 23-24, we need to raise important questions about the prioritization, accountability and alignment with the Commission's mandate. To assess whether the increase is justified, it is essential to weigh them against the Commission's performance and the economic climate within South Africa. Members of the CRL Rights Commission hold significant responsibilities, including mediating conflicts, advising on policy, and safeguarding cultural, religious, and linguistic rights. Now, we all understand that fair compensation ensures the recruitment and retention of qualified individuals who will fulfill these roles and responsibilities effectively. The CRL Rights Commission reported for the following financial outcomes: a generated surplus of 5.6 million rand, primarily due to underspending on operational costs and unfilled vacancies, and 1.7 million rand in additional revenue that came from interest income and other savings. The Commission has suggested a 2.5% increase for the Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson and Commissioners of the CRL. If we compare this increase with the remuneration of similar Chapter 9 institutions such as the South African Human Rights Commission, it suggests that this is in line with other oversight bodies. Chair, we all understand that South Africa faces significant socio-economic challenges, including high unemployment, the high cost of living, inequality, and fiscal constraints. In this context, increases in allowances or benefits for public office bearers may attract criticism. We need to, however, balance this with the Commission's impact. The CRL Rights Commission achieved 94% of its annual targets for 23-24, which indicates that there is enhanced service delivery despite the Commission's limited resources. This also highlights that there is a strengthened organizational performance and efficiency. There was no new irregular or wasteful expenditure reported during the financial year, and the current outstanding issues are under review for condonement or recovery. Despite achieving a strong financial position, the CRL emphasized its status of one of the least funded commissions, which is mentioned to hamper its expansion plans and community outreach efforts, especially in rural areas. Finally, board member fees was 5.46 million rand compared to 4.7 million rand the previous year, which was a slight increase attributed to expanded engagements and additional administrative duties. While we support fair compensation for public office bearers that serve our beautiful and diverse nation, we must start having the conversation of where the CRL is better placed. In the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, or the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The CRL's primary focus is on promoting and protecting cultural, religious and linguistic rights, which overlap significantly with the Sports, Arts and Culture's mission to preserve South Africa's cultural heritage. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture already oversees institutions and initiatives aimed at safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, indigenous languages, and the arts. These are all areas directly linked to the CRL's work. COCTA focuses on governance, service delivery, and traditional leadership structures. While it includes traditional communities, its scope and administrative and governance is based on that, not cultural. Housing the CRL under COCTA risks diluting its cultural and rights-based mission, as governance priorities often take precedence over cultural preservation. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture actively promotes the development of indigenous languages, heritage sites, and cultural expressions. Placing the CRL under this department could enable a streamlined collaboration on programs to promote social cohesion and protect marginalized linguistic and cultural groups. By moving the Department of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the CRL can tap into existing resources, networks, and expertise in cultural programming and policy advocacy. This would reduce the duplication of efforts and allow the CRL to focus more directly on its mandate. By being placed in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, it could prove to be a cost-saving program that could be more effective in its efforts to foster a more socially inclusive nation. It would also enable a closer integration with cultural and linguistic preservation initiatives. This move would also ensure that the Commission's work remains centered on promoting South Africa's rich diversity, rather than being sidelined by governance-related priorities under COCTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MK.
Honourable House Chair, I hereby wish to extend an invite to the entire sitting for the most important event of the year. On the 15th of December, Moses Mabhida Stadium will make the entry free for the guys on my right. So please, you are more than welcome. Thank you. Honourable House Chair, as a representative of the people, I rise to express my party's deep concern regarding the performance for the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities. While we recognize the importance of fair salaries, allowances and benefits for members of this Commission, we cannot ignore the glaring evidence of underperformance, mismanagement and failure to fulfill its mandate to serve South Africa's diverse communities. The Commission was established to safeguard the cultural, religious and linguistic rights of our people. Yet, communities on the ground continue to suffer systemic neglect. Let us turn to the facts. The Commission was allocated 52.7 million for the 2023-24 financial year, yet reports indicate that less than 25% of the budget was directed towards meaningful community engagement and interventions. This will not happen under the MK and President Jacob Zuma. The remaining funds were absorbed by administrative costs, travel allowances, and inflated operational expenses. According to a report published in the Daily Maverick in October 2024, 72% of South Africans feel their cultural and linguistic rights are not adequately protected with marginalized community, especially the Khoi and the San and other First Nations peoples, citing complete exclusion from programs designed to preserve their heritage. This is a stark indictment of the Commission's inability to address the needs of those it was mandated to protect. The Auditor General's report for 22-23 flagged the Commission for irregular expenditures amounting to 8.4 million, including contracts awarded without following due process. This mismanagement not only undermines public trust, but also wastes resources meant for our communities. A widening gap between policy and action, cultural and linguistic heritage is under siege. Yet the Commission has failed to launch a single national program of significance in 2024. Key cultural events meant to unite South Africans across linguistic and religious divides were either cancelled or poorly founded. House Chair, the mismanagement and lack of strategic leadership calls into question the justification for the current salary structure and benefits of Commission members. Our communities are bearing the brunt of the inefficiencies, and this Parliament cannot sit idly by while millions are wasted on a structure that does not deliver. To quote a recent editorial in the Mail and Guardian, the Commission for Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights has become a symbol of bureaucratic excess. Its mandate is noble, but performance is dismal. The Umkhonto Sizwe Party proposes the following. We need an immediate independent review, although a thorough audit on the Commission's financial and operational strategies to identify inefficiencies and recommend actionable solutions. Community-centered approach allocate at least 50% of the budget directly to grassroots programs aimed at preserving heritage and protecting vulnerable communities. Performance-linked salaries, review the current salary structure and link it to measurable outcomes to ensure accountability. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Just a reminder, 15 December, Moses Mabhida Stadium, Jacob Getliekisa, Zuma, Gwaza MK, Gwaza.
Order, honorable members. Order. The EFF. Order, honorable members.
Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Greetings to the CIC Commander-in-Chief, President Julius Silomalema, EFF commissars and fighters. Look, Chairperson, the EFF notes this report, which actually seeks to approve an increase in salaries and allowances on commissioners, mainly whom are just ANC deployees, who continue to maintain patronage network without offering any clarity on improving or reconciliating the protection of the rights of culture, religious and linguistic communities. Africans are being harassed everywhere here, Honorable Chair. They are being harassed by law enforcement agencies when they are trying to practice their cultural rights. Yet this commission remains silent. Racist groups such as AfriForum continue to drag our people to court. When we slaughter cows and goats because of our culture, they take us to court and call it animal cruelty. But this commission does not intervene to protect our people. Yet today they ask us to give them more money. There's exploitation and abuses in churches. People drink petrol, they are being made to eat snakes. Yet this commission remains silent. And today they want us to give them more money. There's just absolutely no justification for these salary increases, especially for individuals whom, in most cases, they are not even permanent in their positions of deployment. Let's rather take this money and give it to doctors, teachers, and nurses, people who actually have a role to play in society. Why are we prioritizing people who actually do not even have an impact in what they are supposed to do? Let us go and prioritize essential workers and give money to people who actually play a role in society, and do not give money to ANC deployees who failed to be politicians and now they want to be paid through the back door. The EFF strongly opposes this wasteful patronage while fundamental needs of our people remain neglected. Thank you very much.
Before you proceed, Honourable Member, is there a speaker from the IFP? The Patriotic Alliance? Is there a member from the IFP? Patriotic Alliance?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As we consider the report by the best portfolio committee in this administration on the CRL Commission salaries and allowances, we want to urge the Commission to do more in the protection of linguistic and cultural rights of the First Nation indigenous people of this country, the Khoi and San, and their colored African in particular descendants. Assist last remaining living speaker of the Busman language, Her Majesty the Komani San Queen Katrina Isu, in preserving the new language. Ensure the correct historic depiction of Krotoa. Let the world know that the picture Trudy Bloom used and that government continues to use as Krotoa is not her, but rather a Busman slave girl who was physically abused by her master. Help young Busman artist Duke Jean Lanier to make her Krotoa reimagined artwork the official, more accurate depiction of Krotoa to be used by government. Lastly, help stop municipalities like the city of Cape Town, who launches 9 million rand projects like the Khoi EduDome without adequate public consultation with Khoi and San communities at large, not to mention building roads in St. Helena Bay with the unilateral destruction of Khoi and San historic sites. With this hope, we support this recommendation. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP notes the report of the Portfolio Committee on COCTA regarding the determination of remuneration for commissioners of the CRL Rights Commission. We commend the transparent and fair process through which remuneration decisions have been made, ensuring that commissioners are compensated appropriately for their important work of safeguarding the rights of all South Africans, especially in relation to cultural, religious, and linguistic issues. The IFP firmly believes that the process followed to determine these remunerations have been in line with the best practices and principles of good governance. However, Honourable Chairperson, public office bearers of the CRL Rights Commission protect and promote cultural, religious, and linguistic community rights, mediate disputes, and advise government policies, and ensure the preservation of South Africa's diverse heritage and unity. Having noted both the process followed and the important role of commissioners, the IFP supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus. There's no declaration. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Just to start by saying that the FF Plus has donated its time to me. I just want to say that from Action SA, we acknowledge the importance of this unit. It is important to know your culture. It is important to know your language. It is your right. But we have to be pragmatic, that in promoting those rights, we got to promote social cohesion. When you look at how we behave in Parliament, on the issue of language, it doesn't make us a cohesive parliament. And we need to be pragmatic at some point. That when you recognize cultures and you recognize religions, you must also make progress as a society. You must also unite as a society. So it will also be important to ensure that what we do in Parliament, where we make English the business language, that becomes also promoted nationally. We also need to ensure that as people promote their cultures and their religions, it becomes progressive and it is based on upholding human rights. Cultures and religions cannot be used to continue oppressing women. And if we're going to spend money as government, we also need to ensure that everything moves in the right direction. We uphold human rights. So we need to be pragmatic. It's your right to know your language, but it's your responsibility to know, understand, and speak English so that we can be pragmatic, economical, progressive, we can be united, and we can promote social cohesion. It's time to face up to being a successful country and not one that looks backwards and that's trapped in emotions.
The ACDP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the ACDP notes that after careful consideration, the Portfolio Committee of COCTA has resolved to support and approve the proposed remunerations for members of the CRL. The CRL Rights Commission plays a vital role in promoting and respecting the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. It monitors issues related to these rights and must strive to foster peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, and national unity amongst our communities. The Commission facilitates the resolution of conflicts within and between these communities and between communities and state organs. At a recent consultative conference organized by the Commission, concerns were raised about sexual harassment by some religious and traditional leaders. Stakeholders were urged to take a more active role in addressing illegal practices that tarnish religious, traditional, and cultural practices, such as the abduction of initiates for ransom and the practice of ukotwala, or bride kidnapping. Participants emphasized the need for punitive measures against such practitioners. The ACDP is pleased that the CRL withdrew its draft plan for proposals to regulate the church and to remove Christmas and Easter or Passover as public holidays. After pressure applied by the ACDP and the church and other religious organizations during the public participation progress in the 6th administration, the CRL has withdrawn its plans. The ACDP encourages the CRL to conduct information and education programs, particularly targeting the youth, to enhance public understanding of its role and activities. We also call on the CRL to continue developing strategies which will ensure the active participation of communities and nation building. The CRL must work with the church and not be antagonistic to the church and other religious bodies. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Akhondo njine unity kulento masithethe inyaniso kuqala uyawuthi ucula kwezindawo zabelungu uthi sawuthi wenoyongo bayeza nangomso bayeza kuthiwe quiet once uthi the Holy Spirit must come down bakrobe bonke bacule kuba kaloku inkolo kubo yephi yamangesi not le yethu abantu bethu bayangqetheza apha ingathi ngodunteni bongantweni xa bezama ukwenza inkolo yabo kuba ii-sacred spaces zabantu abamnyama kusebuhlanti nakwezinye indawo ezikhethwa yifemeli kusemlanjeni kusentabeni zama uye entabeni ngoku uyokwenza inkolo yakho kweli kwaKapa baza kuxelela unobenane njengoba aba bathi abantu abamnyama bangamagqirha nabathandazeli xa beyosebenza emlanjeni elwandle babukulwe kubizwa law enforcement Andinayo ke mna ke le nto, asinayo loo nto ke thina ke phaa kuthi. Baninzi bebanjwa ngu-law enforcement nee-city officials beyopractice inkolo. Nakulaa mlambo uphaa xa unyuka kanye ubheka phaa ngasenantsi ngasetoneleni. Phaa ematshaweni ndizayivula mna umzilo wasekhaya ndiyixhele yona imvula efuna iyixheliwe ndisawugqiba ndithi camagu. Akukho mntu uzawube edibanisa amadolo ebabayele ndiphathele u-SPCA sizawudibana phaa ngasegeyithini nantsi kuba funeka siyilungisile le nto singathi singama-Afrika apha sifike sithi naxa kufuneka sithethe ulwimi lwethu kuke kwathiwa uthetha isiNgesi. What's progressive about speaking English or having an impeccable command of English? It's unadulterated claptrap and nonsense ebonakalisa ukuthi sicolonize ingqondo kuba sikwazi uthetha ilwimi zethu kwiindawo zethu. Le commission yona kuqala apha xa abamasipala beguqulela izinto kwiilwimi zesintu igrama irongo akho mntu uyihoyileyo. Babhala unothanda kodwa kwisiNgesi ne-Afrikaans on point. Masingagezeleki apha benze umsebenzi lamasela.
Order, honorable members. Rise Mzansi. Bosa.
Mtramashtul Nakenza. We want to say as Rise Mzansi and declare during this
Honorable members, I cannot hear the member. Can you just quiet down, please? And may I request the honorable member also to speak into the microphone, please?
All right. Natwakala Mtramashtul. We want to declare as Rise Mzansi that we are happy with the work of the Portfolio Committee and all the Portfolio Committees that are have tabled their reports for today's sitting, and we support all the reports and will not be declaring any further all the reports. So we are happy with all the reports.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Bosa, you. ATM.
No, they're chowing taxpayers' money for free, these ones.
No, I did not ask for your comment, honorable member. ATM.
Thank you.
Al-Jama.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
ATM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Okwethu kukunye si African Transformation Movement. Si masibuyele embo. Asiphuthume ubuntu bethu. Senze konke okufaneleke into kuba ubheke singabantu bamasiko nezithethe. Esithi ke ngoku xa sithe gqolo sisenza amasiko nezithethe londo yenza into kuba iparlamente yethu iqhube ibheke phambili. Ndilele ngebenye no honorable Nkwankwa kulanto ithi kwindawo esihlala kuzo noba zisebhebhu siza kuwenza amasiko aqhubayo nenkolo yethu sibheke phambili. Ezo SPCA ke nezonto zezinye ayi sawubona ngelo xesha basithini na sithi ke masivumelane ngebuyambo. Enkosi.
The NCC, the PAC, UAT.
Khotso mo Afrika. A re declare ka je kumara jwale re ke ke bera tsa jwale le go dipuo tsa rona di hlomphuwe. So monghadi a re declare ho hanga jeko.
Good. And the ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. Commissioners of Commission of the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Culture, Religious and Linguistic Communities play a critical role protecting and promoting the diversity of our nation. We are a nation with diverse culture and history, but we are united by a share of history and a shared future. Through the Commission of the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Culture, Religious and Linguistic Communities, we state advances key fundamental principle of our Constitution. Democracy is freedom of expression, freedom of culture, religion, and equality of languages. Despite the progress recorded, we remain behind in developing our African languages. For mainstreaming economy use as a form of of teaching and learning. Mother tongue education is one of the promising prospective truly promoted or our native language. We also preserve and promote our diverse culture. The Commission also contributes to harnessing social cohesion and national building. The impact statement of the Commission encapsulates this objective as it intends to create an equitable environment and culture, religious and linguistic communities to coexist, exist, and participate in the development of peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, and national unity on the basis of equality, non-discrimination, and free association. The Commission dealt with a number of complaints in the previous financial year. A total of 87 complaints were received. Out of those 87, 38 complaints were on culture, 44 were on religion, and 5 were on language. The Commission reviewed bylaw of spatial planning and land use management, focusing on the land used to religious purposes, which is critical, and create exclusive settlements. Our country has been confronted by various challenges and religious leaders who have been accused of violating their followers and believers. In other circumstances, traditional practitioners, healing practitioners commit criminal activities in the quest of their practice. All those acts should be reported to the South African Police Services. As highlighted in the annual report of the CRL Rights Commission, some individuals who have undergone traditional healing have reported experiencing physical abuse from the gobelas. There have been reported cases where traditional healing practices may result of serious injuries or even death, often due to unsafe methods or the use of harmful material. THPs have pointed out that certain gobelas resort to physical violence means such as beating and form of discipline or corrections during the initiation process. This behavior not only harms an individual but also casts a negative light of traditional healers, raising concern about the safety of these practices. The CRL Rights Commission should increase awareness campaign by utilizing various media platforms. As a nation, we need to continue to invest in indigenous knowledge system which protect our culture, promotes our traditional practice, such as traditional medicine and promotion of development traditional practices. Indigenous knowledge is intertwined with culture and self-identity. It is the wisdom, practice, and tradition that define individual of community culture's heritage. It helps individuals to understand their place within their culture group. The report before the House seeks to improve the affirm of determination of the salaries and allowance of members of independent constitutional institutions in terms of the determination of remuneration of office bearers of independent constitutional institution. The ANC support the report, which increased the remuneration of the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and commissioners of the Commission for the promotion and protection of the rights of culture, religious, and linguistic communities. We live in a period wherein the cost of living is high, and members of independent constitutional institutions also require remuneration increase, mitigate the cost of living, and ensure success to attract and retain the requirement skills to execute the constitutional mandate of the Commission. House Chair, through the Commission, we advance the African Renaissance and promote our being as African and South African. It is our diversity which we should crystallize and socialize cohesion and United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on the determination of remuneration of the members of the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities annually, with effect from 1 April 2023, as it appears on the order paper. Are there any objections? EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. We object while our people still have
Thank
to
you,
eat
Honourable
grass
Member.
and drink
The
petrol
MK Party.
without this
Honourable
commission
Member,
doing
it's not
anything.
your time to make a declaration, and you know it. Don't waste our time, please.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the MK Party,
Order, Honourable Members.
The GNU must
Honourable Member, why are you rising?
I rise to reject this report.
Your objection is noted. Are there any further objections? With those objections, the report is agreed to. Are there any objections to the adoption? Order, Honourable Members. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which recommends, amongst other things, the approval of the draft notice on the determination of remuneration of the members of the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities annually with effect from 1 April 2024, as it appears on the order paper? The MK Party?
We object to this report. Thank you.
Objection is noted. EFF?
We object, Chair.
Objection is noted. Are there any further objections? With those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and entities.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thanks and good afternoon, Chair and honourable members. I move that the report to be adopted.
The Honourable Chief Whip has moved for the report to be adopted. Before we do so, we've received requests for declarations of votes. Members must keep in mind that you only have 2 minutes to make a declaration. The DA?
Honourable Chair, the committee oversees the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the National Prosecuting Authority, Legal Aid South Africa, the SIU, and the Information Regulator. Further, the Human Rights Commission and Public Protector South Africa report to the committee. All receive their allocations under Vote 25. The NDP requires, amongst others, that we build safer communities, promote accountability, fight corruption, and strengthen judicial oversight, governance, and the rule of law. The department and its related entities are all, with 1 or 2 notable exceptions, still predictably underperforming for a raft of reasons, which I do not have time to discuss here today. Of concern, however, is the fact that even those institutions that are performing are being punished and subjected to budget cuts. This is compounded by the fact that government departments fail to honour their debts, exacerbating the financial constraints of particularly the SIU. Over 1 billion in payments from government departments for investigations and recovery services currently still outstanding. The SIU recovered over 2 billion in stolen assets and prevented losses of 2.3 billion over the past year, but nevertheless still face a diminished budget. The National Prosecuting Authority and the Investigating Directorate are expected to successfully deal with high-level corruption and organised crime on a shoestring budget. That's while criminals and criminal syndicates enjoy access to the very latest technology, expertise, and exponentially larger budget at the taxpayer's expense. We support government's goals of reducing the deficit and debt service costs, but it cannot make sense to spend less on critical services. These cuts send a message to criminals and the public alike that government is not serious about crime. The result is simply that crime continues to pay and confidence in the criminal justice system continues to shrink. There are plenty of ways to find additional funding for these crucial mandates, and we call on the Minister of Finance to explore ways to do so. This is a war that cannot be won without significant increases in funding. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MK?
Thank you, House Chair. As the MK, we're not going to join this chorus of gangsters of supporting things which are not worth supporting. As the MK party, we wish to clearly state that supporting this budgetary review and the recommendation report will be tantamount to selling out the people of South Africa.
Honourable Member, will you just take your seat? The Honourable Deputy Chief Whip of the largest party.
Honorable House Chairperson, this is the National Assembly. We have honorable members in this House. We don't have gangsters. So the honorable member is out of order. He cannot call us gangsters. So if they are gangsters, we are not gangsters.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, order.
Why you put that?
Order, honorable members. Honorable member, I heard the remark. You must withdraw that remark.
The Department of
Honorable
Justice
member.
and Constitutional Development has convincingly shown
Honorable
even a
member,
5-year-old
you must
that it lacks
withdraw
full-
the remark.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you.
The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development has convincingly shown even a 5-year-old that it lacks full appreciation of what its responsibility is. Its entities such as the National Prosecuting Authority, State Attorney and Legal Aid are confronted by old problems to which the department has no solutions. To highlight a few out of many, the State Attorney has become inefficient and ineffective because of a backlog which is deeply seated therein. Some cases sustain longer than necessary because of this backlog. Ipso facto, the state ends up paying many legal fees on a party-to-party scale, which could have been avoided had such cases been dealt with expeditiously and timelessly. Another problematic and disastrous entity which belongs to the Department of Justice is the National Prosecuting Authority, which is under incapable hands of Advocate Shamila Batoi. This entity has been regressing since Advocate Batoi took over as the National Director of Public Prosecution. It fails to successfully prosecute high-profile cases, and some of which get thrown out of court because some are not even heard. The people of South Africa have lost confidence in the NPA, hence those who have financial capabilities resort to outsourcing private prosecution. It is a shame that until today, perpetrators who killed Sindiso Makaka, Mtutuzi Shibase,
Honorable member, your time is now expired.
We reject this report. This is a joke.
Thank you, honorable member. The IFP. Oh, the EFF. My apologies. My apologies, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this report is a blatant betrayal of the very people we are sworn to serve, the poorest and most marginalized among us. The proposed budget cuts are not just numbers on a page, but represent a direct assault on justice, leaving our people defenseless in a system that is already failing them. The cuts on Legal Aid South Africa, amounting to a staggering 717.8 million, will result in 51,675 fewer cases being handled annually. This means that the countless South Africans, particularly women facing domestic violence, workers fighting for their rights, and landless communities seeking justice will be left without legal representation. Moreover, we face an unprecedented crisis in our courts, with 37,838 backlog cases accumulating delays totaling 769,765. This is not merely an administrative failure. It is a systematic injustice that impacts Black South Africans who cannot afford private lawyers. Justice delayed is justice denied. As gender-based violence continues to ravage our communities, where over 21% of women experience physical violence by a partner, we see government's response as woefully inadequate. These are not just statistics, Minister. They reflect the lived experiences of our people. In Soweto, families have been evicted from their homes during winter without legal recourse because legal aid officers are understaffed. A rape survivor in Limpopo has waited over 3 years for her case to be heard due to court backlogs, while landless communities in KZN fight for restitution without any legal assistance. The SIU faces a cut of 171 million, crippling its ability to combat the corruption that robs our people of their dignity and resources. The South African Human Rights Commission, the Public Protector, are similarly under siege with cuts of 6.8%, 5.9%, rendering them powerless to address systematic
Honourable Member, your time has now
such
expired.
as evictions. We vehemently reject this report.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The IFP's consideration of this report is guided by our recognition of the National Development Plan 2030. That requires, among other things, that we build the safer environment for communities, promote accountability and fight corruption, and strengthen judicial governance and the rule of law. The IFP notes the concern the decline in performance, dropping from 86% in 2022-2023 to 81% in 2023-2024. The IFP welcomes the considerable progress made by NPA. The IFP is highly encouraged by the significant improvement in the NPA's performance, which has risen from 50% in 2020-2021 to an impressive 80% in 2023-2024, notwithstanding the Auditor General's concerns. The IFP notes with concern that given the wasteful and fruitless expenditure, that only 3 against a target of 12 for number of state capture and complex corruption matters enrolled. Furthermore, the comments by the Auditor General that the failure to prioritize backlog cases may contribute to delays in ineffective and efficient administration of justice is not to be taken lightly. Moreover, we hope that the department is serious about its goal that no sexual offences cases should be struck off the roll or withdrawn because of the outstanding GA reports. In consideration of the issues we have raised, the IFP accepts the report.
The Patriotic Alliance.
No declaration from the Patriotic Alliance. Thank you, Chair.
FF Plus.
No declaration. We support the report.
Action SA. Action SA.
Chairperson, the Department of Justice is the custodian of our constitutional rule of law, and it remains a matter of considerable concern for us as Action SA that the President has yet to do anything about the fact that the Minister has a cloud of suspicion of corruption hanging over her head. It represents failure. Having spent a whole day last week with the NPA, the SIU and IDAC, we as Action SA are more concerned than ever that this department and its responsibilities are severely compromised by questionable leadership, underfunding, and no real appetite to prosecute high-profile politicians and individuals implicated in state capture, failure. A classic example of this department's operational paralysis is the fact that the NDPP asked the President to suspend the National Director of Public Prosecutions, or the Director of Public Prosecutions of Gauteng 16 months ago. Nothing has happened. Failure. There are also innumerable examples of high-profile politicians who live large and way beyond their means with no demonstrable conviction to charge, investigate and prosecute these people, like Pule Mabe, who lives in a 35 million rand house and owns 20 million rands of luxury motor vehicles. Failure. The Auditor General has noted that the failure of the NPA to enroll cases of state capture and complex corruption allows these activities to continue unchecked. Failure. In response to Action SA's recent parliamentary question, it was revealed that 1,400 individuals have been fingered by the Zondo Commission, 43 have been prosecuted. And these are the small fry, not the whales, some of whom are sitting in this room pretending to be paragons of virtue. Failure. This department is also in an administrative mess and struggles with no compliance with key legislation and has not produced a credible performance report in the past 5 years. Failure. We cannot support any additional funding despite the desperate needs in this department until these issues are addressed and rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the primary role of the state is to protect its citizens. And when one has regard to the high levels of crime and violence in society, widespread fraud and corruption, damage and theft of critical infrastructure and growing extortion, then it is clear that the state is failing in this, its primary duty. Now, the most effective deterrent to crime is the sure knowledge that the offender will be arrested, prosecuted and sentenced to lengthy terms of imprisonment. And sadly, this is largely not the case. The ACDP believes that the criminal justice sector needs an urgent review, and we are concerned about the budget cuts and what it will have on the department and the various entities reporting to us as Parliament, including the National Prosecuting Authority. The ACDP shares the concerns expressed in the report about the impact of backlogs in the criminal justice system. 37,838 cases. Every one of those has victims that are waiting for justice. And as a previous speaker said, justice delayed is justice denied. When one considers the civil high courts, one has to wait as a litigant up to 5 years in the North Gauteng High Court for a trial date in road accident fund matters. This is totally unacceptable. Again, justice denied is justice delayed is justice denied. When one also considers the lack of funding and the funding that has been reduced for various entities, including the SIU. Now, this never makes sense to us as the ACDP. Give the SIU more funds and they can collect more funds. Don't cut their budgets. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. Rise, Mzansi.
Chairperson, we did declare that we will not declare and we support all the reports. So our declarations must be taken for all the reports today.
Thank you for declaring the declaration that you're not declaring again. Bosa.
I'm making the same declaration, Chair. We are declaring that we support all the reports. We will not be declaring any further.
Thank you. ATM.
No declaration, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let us not be fooled. We know our justice system is failing us, and Al-Jama duly concurs with concerns raised by previous speakers. During the 6th Parliament, the Department of Justice only partially complied with Constitutional Court order to comply with Sharia marriage law on the registration of the Nikah certificate. For the first time in South African law, after more than 350 years of Islam in South Africa, there is a proper definition of a Nikah Muslim marriage performed in accordance with Sharia. Let us prevent the President of South Africa and Parliament from being found in contempt of court. The amended Divorce Act violates Sharia marriage law substantially. It is not right of the Deputy Minister of Justice to rewrite Sharia marriage law. This is a form of dictation to tell Muslims how to practice their faith. The Constitution makes provision for reasonable accommodation when it comes to marriages. This was further confirmed by the Constitutional Court. We are in the period of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and femicide. Let us not use budgets to trample on the rights of Muslim women who want to practice their faith without interference from the state. Government must not get involved in the religious matters of Muslims. I thank you.
The NCC, PAC, UAT.
UAT reject.
Good. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress rise in support of the BRRR on justice and constitutional development. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, as well as other entities and institutions, receive their budget allocations under the department's budget vote. These entities include the NPA, Information Regulator, Legal Aid South Africa, SIU, Public Protector South Africa, and South African Human Rights Commission. We are gravely concerned about the budget reductions which occur under Program 5, which contains the allocation of entities and independent institutions. Institutions such as Legal Aid South Africa, SIU, and Public Protector South Africa are critical institutions for the administration of justice and the well-functioning of our democracy. We appreciate that the department has improved its audit outcome over the 6th administration, mainly due to having resolved the historical qualifications on contingent liabilities in 2022-2023. The department maintained an unqualified audit outcomes in 2023-2024. Despite material adjustments to the financial statements, we do not support budget reductions to Legal Aid South Africa baseline. Additional funding should be made available to address the carrying through cost of 2023-2024 wage agreement, the lack of relief capacity, and to increase court coverage. We appreciate the greater levels of collaboration and coordination within the justice value chain. We encourage the department not to relax its efforts and to work harder to ensure that justice is not just being done, but it is also seen to be done. We support the report.
Honourable members, I now put the motion again. Are there any objections? EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. While the NPA fails to prosecute
Honourable
those
member,
South Africans
Honourable member,
serving in the
Honourable,
Israeli Defence
Honourable
Force, we
Paulson,
object.
Honourable Paulson,
Yes,
don't abuse your freedom of speech in the House. We're just asking parties to indicate whether they object or not. Your party had the opportunity to make a declaration. If you think your member was not good enough at what she said, please do not infringe on her.
Absolutely not, Chairperson.
The Action SA. Action SA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Action SA object.
Are there any further objections?
Thank you, Chair. Al-Jamar objects.
Are there any further objections?
Thank you, Chair. UAT object.
Thank you.
Chair?
MK?
Thank you, Chair. The MK party objects.
Thank you. Honourable members?
Honourable Chair, ATM also objects. Thank you.
ATM. Honourable members, with those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development on Office of the Chief Justice.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. We've received requests for declarations of vote. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. The House is aware that the mandate of the Office of the Chief Justice is to support the Chief Justice in the execution of his administrative and judicial powers. It is this very mandate that is being compromised by the cuts in the vote of the MTEF. It's discouraging to see so many audit reports that are qualified or even worse. Yet it should be emphasized that the OCJ was able to get an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. However, nothing is ever perfect, since there are in some cases financial limits, and on other occasions pure incompetency that leads to fruitless, wasteful and irregular expenditure, amounting to 57,000 and 40.7 million respectively. We have made observations that the OCJ reports a 10.9% vacancy rate in 23-24, up from 9.8% in 22-23. And while we recognize that the increase in vacancy rate is related to the implementation of Circular number 49 of 23, issued by the DPSA, it is nevertheless hinders the OCJ and its functioning. The OCJ is allocated 2.39 billion for 24-25, growing to 2.62 billion in 26-27. However, in real terms, the allocation of the vote decreases by 11.2% compared to 23-24. This is exceptionally concerning. We are well aware of the fiscal budgets, which restrict the expenditure of all departments, and while this must be done to safeguard an already constrained fiscus, The departments must find ways to reduce wasteful expenditures in general, identify and remove all frivolous financial expenditures that are not necessary for proper functioning, and start investing money wisely to those programs such as court modernizations of the court online system. These service-orientated programs are essential to improve the lives of ordinary South Africans, reducing an ever-growing backlog in our courts, so that justice can be served to those who patiently await it. Thank you.
MK.
Siyabonga sihlalo. Mhlambe lolu daba kufanele silixoxe ngesiZulu. Ngoba nalento yokukhuluma isingisi kakhulu abantu bakithi babe befa indlala. Enye into leyo sibuyisele emva kakhulu. Kufanele siyikhumbuze lento ehloniphekile ukuthi ngalesikhathi le office lomphathi wamajaji lakhiwa lalekhiwela yini. Lalekhiwele ukuthi lilungise ingqinamba ezibhekene nokusebenza kwezinkantolo eSouth Africa. Ezinye zalezo ingqinamba kwakuyingqinamba yokuthi abantu abakwazi ukufikelela kubulungiswa ngenxa yokuthi kukude ukusuka kwindawo abahlala kuzo nasezinkantolo. Abantu bakwaNongoma, abantu basemzimkhulu, abantu basePhongolo kwaZulu Natal ukuze bafikelele kwinkantolo ephakeme kufanele bahambe ibanga elide. Le office ke lehlulekile ukuthi liyilungise leyo nto kuze kube namhlanje. Into abaspecialize ngayo ukuzocela imali nje la eParliament, and thina asivele sikhiphe nje sithi siyavuma. Kufanele uqala usitshele ukuthi yini oyenzele abantu base-South Africa kuqala. Okwesibili, kunenkinga kwinkantolo yomsebenzi omningi ongenayo inqubekela phambili leyo ebizwa ngokuthi i-backlog. Leli office liyehluleka ukuthi lilungise leyo inkinga leyo. The result of which ama cases ukuze uthole i-date ye-trial enkantolo ulinda isikhathi eside. Uyakwazi ukuthi ucela i-date namhlanje kuze kuthiwe i-date uyoyithola in 8 months. Eyokuthi nje kuyolwalela icala lakho. Eyesithathu inkinga eyokuthi la eSouth Africa kwephulwa umthetho phecelezi usection 165 subsection 6 othi amandla nobumuntu onamandla wokuthi abheke ukusebenza kwezinkantolo uChief Justice inkosi yamajaji.
Honourable member, your time is now expired.
La eSouth Africa i-Magistrate Court ifakwe kwi-Department of Justice endaweni yokuthi izofaka
Honourable member, your time is now expired.
Report siyabonga.
The EFF.
Thanks, House Chair. Chair, the EFF rejects this report on the grounds, notwithstanding the fact that the Office of the Chief Justice received clean audit. It is still facing various challenges relating to the current state of court infrastructure across all 9 provinces, failed to achieve its targets, and coupled with alleged corruption and maladministration by officials. Further to this, the office underspent by 20 million rand and yet is still facing challenges in filling critical positions. The Office of the Chief Justice had fruitless and wasteful or unauthorized expenditure, as well as irregular expenditure that incurred during the same reporting period due to non-compliance with the State Information Technology Agency. In the 2023-2024 financial reporting period, the Auditor General had picked up that the department had not produced a credible annual performance report since 2019-2020 and still faces challenges of non-compliance with key legislation. The Auditor General further states that the root causes for the department's repeat findings were that the systems for collecting and verifying the performance information were ineffective and thus adding to many backlog challenges that the department is facing. House Chair, it is indeed shocking to realize that as of 31 March 2024, there were 37,493 backlog cases, and this number had increased to 37,838 by June 30. These backlogs of unproceeded cases are a clear indication of a department that cannot manage its own affairs, something that propels us to ask this question. How does this department effectively preside over the affairs of the people when it cannot set its own internal affairs in order? The EFF rejects this report.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The IFP commends the Office of the Chief Justice for achieving a clean audit for the second consecutive year, reflecting effective financial management. However, ongoing budget cuts and unfunded cost of living increases are concerning, with projections indicating the OCJ may overspend by the end of the 2024-2025 financial year. We emphasize the urgent need for additional funding to cover estimated vacancy costs of 140 million rand, 96 million rand for judges' vehicles, and necessary upgrades to ICT infrastructure. Unlike the Department of Justice, the OCJ did not receive supplementary funding for costs related to 2023-2024 wage agreement. We support expedited progress on the court administration model and lower courts bill, highlighting the importance of establishing a single judiciary to address systemic inefficiencies. While we welcome improvements in gender and disability representation, these targets should serve as starting points for inclusivity. To enhance the OCJ operations, we recommend increased funding for financial shortfalls and vacancies, finalizing legislative framework for court administration, prioritizing court online system rollout, and continued effort towards employment equity. Adequate funding and effective legislative framework are essential for OCJ to fulfill its mandate, and we urge the stakeholders to prioritize these issues for the effective functioning of South African judiciary. We support the Portfolio Committee's recommendation for adequate funding and framework to strengthening the judicial system. In consideration of
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. Thank you.
The IFP accepts the report.
Thank you. The Patriotic Alliance.
No declaration from the Patriotic Alliance.
FF Plus.
No declaration.
Action SA.
Chairperson, budget cuts are causing financial strain and resulting in overspending in the Office of the Chief Justice, which will undermine their clean audits to date. It also results in critical vacancies in the department, including key senior management roles with supervision positions showing a 17% vacancy. The rollout of court online systems and digitization of court records has been delayed to 7 superior courts during 23-24 financial year due to the system not being stabilized with issues such as software defects and performance inefficiencies, which hinders its seamless functioning in the judicial setting. It is not possible to deliver justice with an archaic system in a modern world. My experience on the JSC, hearing firsthand from judges about these challenges, was hair-raising. The suspected irregularity related to the procurement of case lines must be finalized because the system does work in Gauteng and is the envy of other jurisdictions that don't have it. Unlike the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Office of the Chief Justice did not receive funds for the 2023-24 wage agreements, exacerbating its financial challenges. The delayed establishment of a unified judicial system and judiciary-led court administration leaves the Office of the Chief Justice literally fighting the criminal underworld that is well-resourced with their hands tied behind their backs. As my colleague Alan Beasley always says, fund SARS better and the revenue returns are many multiple times more than the investment. So too with the Office of the Chief Justice. Fund it better and we can start turning the tide against crime and our economy will start growing as investment confidence will increase. The opportunity cost of pernicious underfunding is constraining the office of the Chief Justice and is being felt worst by those who are the most vulnerable to rampant crime in South Africa. Action SA supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP would like to remind the House of Section 165 of the Constitution, which states that courts are independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. In addition, organs of state, through legislative and other measures, must assist and protect the courts to ensure the independence, impartiality, dignity and accessibility and effectiveness of the courts. Now, can it be said that the courts are independent when, one, the budget has been slashed by 446.6 million over the medium term, and secondly, the independent model for the courts has not been finalized? How can it be correct that the judiciary themselves have no say over their budget, and that the Office of the Chief Justice, which itself is a government department, negotiates with National Treasury on behalf of the judiciary? The ACDP believes that the executive could be failing in its constitutional duty in terms of Section 165 to assist and protect the courts when it comes to the issue of the budget cuts and finalizing the court administration model. In addition, we as Parliament may also be failing in our constitutional duty to ensure effective oversight over the executive, to ensure the judiciary has a sufficient budget and that the independence of the court is guaranteed through the administration model. This, we believe, is an issue which needs to be addressed and finalized. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. ATM.
No declarations.
ATM.
No declaration.
Thank you. Al-Jamaa.
No declaration, Chair.
UAT.
UAT object.
Good. ANC.
The African National Congress support the PLENARY on the Office of the Chief Justice. House Chair, this budget vote on the Office of the Chief Justice is a reflection of the ANC's commitment to an independent judiciary. Supports for the rule of law, the doctrine of separation of powers and the administration of justice. An independent judiciary is a fundamental element of democracy. People are a bedrock of our democracy. Institutions like the judiciary, which wield public power, are at their service. The judiciary is part of the transformation enterprise and the democratic project to make our country reflect the text and the living spirit of our Constitution. As the ANC, we reiterate our support for it. The Office of the Chief Justice maintained an unqualified audit opinion with no material finding and achieved 86% of its targets. We are disappointed that, once again, the OCG was unable to roll out the court online system as planned. The OCG should prioritize this matter. We will continue monitoring it. The OCG continues to progress.
Honourable Member, will you just take a seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Chair, is it parliamentary, the member wearing the MK regard?
No, Honourable Member. Please, ma'am. Please continue.
The OCG continues to progress in the employment of women in senior management, achieving gender equality and equity. Runs deep. The work environment must be conducive for women and their development. We will continue to monitor progress in various aspects which have been flagged by the committee. We appreciate all the efforts of the OCG in dispensing justice and ensuring equitability in society. The ANC supports. And
thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members. Order. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? MK,
MK objects.
EFF,
Thank you, Chairperson. While the Pala crime goes unpunished,
Honourable
we
member,
object.
Honourable member, you are really now irritating us. Please. The UAT,
point of order.
Who's now calling a point of order?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Yes, honourable member.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you. I think it must be the third or the fourth time that the honourable member Paulson's childishness or his inability to respect the rules.
What did you say?
Honourable
Chair.
Dagmore, just get to the point, please.
Yes. The point is, Chair, how many times is he going to be reprimanded? And
For
he
what?
just simply continues.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Chair.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Dagmore. I'll deal with the situation. Just leave it to me. I'll deal with the situation. Honourable Paulson.
Chairperson, I'd like to know which rule I transgressed that you can tell me I'm irritating, and I
Honourable
would
member.
suggest that you withdraw that.
No.
You
Honourable
withdraw
member.
that, as well as
Honourable
Cameron
Paulson.
Dagmore with his childishness.
Honourable
and
Paulson.
is in too much of a rush to get
Honourable
home to the
Paulson.
bar.
Honourable Paulson. Honourable Paulson. You are not a new member in the House. You know the rules. You know the rules. You know your party has made a declaration. I've spoken to you on more than one occasion when we started with the declarations. Your members make declarations quite capably, but then you decide just to carry on with it. It's completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable.
Chair, you can't say you're irritated.
Honourable member, I'm not talking to you.
No, we're calling you to order.
I'm not talking to you. You won't call me to order. You won't call me to order, honourable member.
Point of order, Chair.
Honourable member, I have now ruled on this matter.
That's fine. I'm
That
raising
we
a
are
point of
busy
order.
with objections.
You can rule with that. We're not your children here. You can't just address us like this.
Honourable member.
You can't claim to be irritated.
Honourable member.
Who are you to be irritated?
I'm not recognizing you. I'm not recognizing you. Honourable member, I'm not recognizing you. I've seen a hand at the back. Are there any further objections? Honourable member, why do you want to be recognized?
No, but Chair, it's a very simple issue. You can't say to honourable members you are irritated. That's what we are saying.
Honourable
You can't say that, Chair. No matter, you can make a ruling, but you can't be irritated by honourable members.
And I've
Chair, you need to listen.
With the matter.
No, but you must
If you
listen to us,
continue,
man.
I'm going to ask you to leave the House.
No, I'm saying to you, Chair.
I'm asking you to stop challenging my ruling, failing which I'm going to ask you to leave the House.
No, but Chair, what ruling is it to say you are irritated by honourable
Honourable
members?
member. Honourable member, there's somebody else also interrupting as I'm speaking without being recognized. Honourable member, I've made a ruling, and that is the ruling that stands. I've seen a hand at the back. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections, and with those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation reports of Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements.
I now recognize the Honourable, the Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I propose that the report be adopted.
I've received requests for declarations. The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chair, it's disappointing that we find ourselves here. Millions of South Africans continue to wait for what was exposed in our Section 26 in our Constitution, waiting for dignity of shelter. Others have even died waiting that that dignity that they were told over and over again was going to be delivered. Many have died on waiting lists. Many have died waiting for title deeds. Honorable Chairperson, just imagine being lied to for over 28 years. Imagine dying and waiting and believing. There is something fundamentally wrong in human settlements, something that's fundamentally broken. I want to highlight the stories of Mr. Khaso, Mr. Mere, Ms. Sepeng from the Northwest and the city of Tshwane, who have been battling for dignity for over a period of 18 years. They took a petition to the public protector that eventually found its way here before us in Parliament. Amongst them, many have lost their spouses, many of them have lost their parents. All of them are nearing the old age and are still waiting and believing. Minister, we urge you to please urgently consider to focus your attention on the department by fast-tracking and rolling out title deeds to give people security. In doing so, this will give people the opportunity to pass down formal title deed through their families before they die. We urge, Minister, to focus on the fast-tracking of the digitization of the housing list, because with each passing moment, this omission will continue to strip the people of South Africa of the dignity that they deserve. We urge the Minister to urgently investigate the allegations of corruption at the National Housing Corporation, which continue unabated and need further intervention. And finally, Minister, we urge you to please focus on the unblocking of blocked projects to ensure beneficiaries receive housing opportunities while they are still alive. I thank you.
MK? Is there a declaration from MK? Order, honorable members. Order.
Aye, Papa Penny, aye.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Allow the member to be heard.
Thank you, Chair. Mina ni nwanuna loko ni vulavula ma miyela. I'm African, I'm a South African, I'm a culture. Chair, mina ni membara ya MK leyi hloniphaka vanhu va South Africa. A ni nge pfuki ni mi hlamula swo biha because n'wina mi endla swo biha. Ni xeweta vaakatiko va South Africa, Afrika-Dzonga hinkwako hi ku ringanela. Tanihi MK, hina ka budget leyi a hi yimi na yona. Number one, I mhaka ku ri ti-budget a ti fambi hi ndlela ya kona. Loko mi languta ti-budget ta 2023 and 2024, a ti fambi hi ndlela ya kona. 23 million point 9 yo famba hi ndlela yaleyo. 24.48 million yo famba hi ndlela yaleyo. Se ni vulavula hi ku yini? Hina a hi yimi na swona ku swisiwana a swi nyikiwi. Vatsoniwa lama ngo ti-disable a mi va nyiki. Na information a va yi kumi. Ni ta ni huma ripompo. Loko mi languta timasipala ta ti-local ta hina, a ti na budget is 230 per year. Va ku tirha yini? Hikuva ni Department ya Sports, Arts and Culture hi yona yi tisaku ntwanano wa rixaka. Mi nyikana hi n'wexe, hambi mo rhasa mi nyikana hi n'wexe, mi teka mali ya tiko mi ti dyela. Mina maphungubye yi tirhiwa hi n'wina ntsena. Vaakatiko a va yi kumi, mi teka mali mi yi lahlela ka maphungubye festival leyi nghenaku hi 2,000 ya vanhu, mara you have wasted more than 20 million. Say hina va MK hi tele ku mi komba ku ri tomorrow is
Honorable
coming.
member, your time is now expired.
Ni kesini.
Thank you. Honorable members, order. I want to remind you that we're dealing with order. We're dealing with the report of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements. The EFF. Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members.
Chairperson, the EFF outrightly rejects this BRRR report. This department has not achieved anything fundamental with the reversals of structural and historical housing decays to redress the imbalances of the past. and that has not moved forward in shaping settlement when encountering democracy. The department
Honourable Member at the podium, may I ask the members at the back that you are now becoming or coming to a situation where the member at the podium cannot be heard. So if you want to have loud conversations, please leave the house and have it outside. Please continue, Honourable Member.
The department still faces tremendous struggles with vetting credible contractors. Chairperson, up till this day, we still don't know what happened to the George building. We don't know who approved the building, and families are still not getting answers as to what happened to their loved ones. This department cannot even monitor financial management of its entities, such as CISOS and the Housing Finance Corporation, where budgets are returned back to Treasury for underspending. And the contractors that they get, they do it in timeframes that are not explainable. We need to express the need to relook at the funding model for provinces that do not have metros and other measures to make it have financial capacity. Even though the EFF has made this observation, inadequate funding cannot be a justification or an excuse to deliver subpar housing. Our people need quality, spacious houses. The Department of Human Settlements needs to focus on putting legislative matters to address the mortgage exploitation of black people by banks and equally address exploitative renting costs in provinces such as the Western Cape. The EFF further calls for the amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution to allow the expropriation of land without compensation for equal redistribution, as to do away with apartheid spatial planning, thus bring the end to landlessness to our people. In conclusion, House Chair, we must repurpose the Housing Development Agency into a fully fledged state housing construction company to accelerate the delivery of houses to our people. The EFF rejects this budget.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. As the year marks the end of the medium-term strategic framework, we commend the Department of Human Settlements for its efforts despite challenges. The delivery of housing units, service sites, and eradication of mud houses demonstrates significant progress, but the department fell short of its target to provide 300,000 housing units. This shortfall highlights the urgent need to strengthen coordination, resource allocation, and stakeholder collaboration in the housing sector. We recognize key achievements such as the handover of breaking new ground houses and social housing units, the implementation of the finance-linked individual subsidy program, and the strides taken to support women through the Human Settlement Women in Daba initiatives. The IFP particularly welcomes efforts to ensure that 40% of procurement spending benefits previously disadvantaged groups, including women and youth. However, the IFP urges the department to address persistent challenges such as delayed contractor payments and barriers faced by the emerging contractors, especially women in the built environment. Sustainable human settlement must prioritize inclusivity, equity, and efficiency in service delivery. The IFP remains committed to advocating the policies that prioritize affordable housing, tenure security, and empowerment of marginalized communities. We call for the heightened accountability to ensure that the constitutional right to housing is realized for all South Africans. In consideration of the matters we have raised, the IFP accepts the report.
Action SA. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair.
This August House finds itself in one of the most shamefully spatially divided cities in the country. A division that isn't accidental, but a deliberate effort to segregate and displace our people, pushing them further away from city centers and opportunities. With an enormous budget of over 31 billion, this department's housing has achieved nothing in terms of dismantling the entrenched legacy of apartheid in special planning. Instead, it continues to replicate the very injustices that it should be erasing. Building matchbox houses on the outskirts of cities without public transport or access to services is not progress. In fact, it is apartheid 2.0 in action. Over 2 million housing and 2 million people are trapped on the housing register. Their hopes are dashed by this department's inertia. The figure doesn't even account for the escalating housing affordability crisis, where middle-income earners in South Africa find themselves priced out of the property market. Young professionals, in particular those who are my peers, face the uphill battle, unable to rent or buy homes, proof that this system has failed across the board. Action SA condemns this gross dereliction of duty and proposes decisive reforms. We ask you to drive urban densification through mixed-use high-rise buildings that integrate living, working, and leisure spaces. We ask you to enable service stands and empower residents to build their own homes, reclaim hijacked buildings and turn them into affordable accommodation, and also accelerate housing developments and clear the backlog by prioritizing high-rising public housing in urban centers. As Action SA, we vehemently reject this report, as this department has failed and betrayed millions of South Africans who are waiting for dignified housing and have made a mockery of the promise of integrated and inclusive cities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACGP is aware that the Department of Human Settlements is mandated to establish and facilitate a suitable national housing development process in collaboration with provinces and municipalities. The Department of Human Settlements has announced that its top priorities for the 24-25 financial year include upgrading informal settlements and eradicating mud houses, where some 30.1 billion rand in conditional grants have been allocated to support these programs, yet little is also shown for that expenditure. The ACDP notes that the Minister is scheduled to hand out title deeds, some dating back to 1994 in KwaMashu over the Christmas period. While there, the ACDP calls on the Minister to exercise consequence management, where the Auditor General shockingly revealed that the eThekwini municipality failed to comply with supply chain management and other regulations when some 3 houses were built for 120 million rand after 12 years in Inanda. The ACDP further notes that the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority that regulates and oversees the real estate industry has achieved only 3 out of 8 targets, where bidding processes were not followed and board members paid claims without the approval by the executive authority. The Minister is urged to ensure that financial management systems such as the supply chain management controls are in place, and to implement robust financial controls to mitigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Furthermore, the ACDP calls for the establishment of a tracking and monitoring system to prevent the misappropriation of funds in housing projects. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Over the MTSF period, the department undertook to provide 300,000 housing units, but was unable to achieve its targets due to lack of monitoring systems, contract management, and capacity. The department's initiatives have not kept up with the growing demand, resulting in an enormous backlog According to the department, the number of informal settlements in South Africa have risen between 2021-22 and 2024-25. The three provinces with the highest number of informal settlements are Gauteng, Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. Therefore, considering the underspending of 442 million on the department's Program 3, which focuses on informal settlements, it should be noted that there should not be so much money underspent when there are hundreds of South Africans who have been left homeless by fires. To tackle the housing challenges in South Africa, the department should implement reliable tracking systems for housing projects and beneficiaries to enhance accountability and transparency, including regular updates on waiting lists and housing delivery. It must also prioritize upgrading informal settlements through targeted investments and policy initiatives, given their alarming growth and poor living conditions. Furthermore, to address the 442 million under expenditure in informal settlement programs, the department should reallocate funds and ensure that budgets are fully utilized by adopting efficient financial management practices. The department should
Honourable Member, your
monitor-
time is now expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. ATM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The report highlights...
Can you just speak into the mic, please? Can't hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, House Chair. The report highlights both significant achievement and persistent challenges in the Department of Human Settlements. We commend the progress made in delivering over 245,000 housing units, including BNG houses and the eradication of mud houses during the medium-term strategic framework. Yet, we cannot ignore the department's inability to meet its ambitious targets due to budgetary constraints, unfilled vacancies, and inefficiencies in critical areas. The ATM strongly urges decisive action to address the backlog in informal settlement, upgrading, and to fast-track emergency houses responses. With urgent focus on rural housing, it is unacceptable that over 442 million in emergency houses funds remain unspent, while thousands live in dire conditions. We also call for strengthening measures to ensure equitable access to opportunities for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the built environment. The department must enhance its support for small contractors and emerging enterprises, ensuring they play a pivotal role in delivering housing projects. Honourable members, the need for sustainable integrated human settlement is paramount to addressing the entrenched spatial inequality in our nation. Let us ensure that the resources allocated serve their intended purpose effectively and with urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. According to the report, the department underspent on its budget allocation for emergency housing response. The budget was mainly used for the provision of building materials and construction of temporary residential units, which resulted in major under-expenditure of 442 million rand. What a disgrace. The report further states that several municipalities such as Nelson Mandela, Ekurhuleni, City of Cape Town removed homeless people without providing suitable shelters for them. We call for more effective oversight on these municipalities as they seem to have no humanity for the homeless. The focus should not just be on upgrading of informal settlements. Money should be put to full use by building houses for people forced to live in informal settlements due to disasters and evictions. The Drakenstein municipality has some of the highest farm evictions numbers in Wellington and Paarl. Evictions from farms are growing as farmers are converted housing units and land into guest cottages at the expense of farm dwellers who toiled on the land for many years. The report fails to include housing for evicted farm dwellers. It is not fair that evicted farm dwellers be included in the existing thousands of the housing waiting lists. They should be provided with land and decent houses. In most cases of disasters of evictions, municipalities provide the homeless with temporary structures which are not conducive to the extreme heat and cold weather conditions instead of providing quality services. There should be regular audits and steps taken for consequent management to improve performance in delivering houses to the homeless. It is enough that our people of our country is living in informal dwellings and shacks when money is not being spent adequately. I thank you.
The UAT.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kgotso ma-Afrika. Unity ma-Afrika. A re kopane re dira mehlolo. Hi, Fel and Daddy. The Honorable from DA talked about regaining the dignity of our people through the human settlement and title deeds. I just want to correct that. The only way to regain our dignity is to address the land question. The Department of Human Settlement continue to face a significant challenges in addressing the critical issues of housing, spatial justice, and access to inadequate living conditions for all South Africans. Despite the promises of restitution and redress, many of our people remain trapped in substandard housing, informal settlements, and undignified living conditions. These weaknesses are deeply rooted in a system that prioritizes short-term relief over long-term solution for African dignity and empowerment. The United African Transformation believes that it is time for a decisive shift in policy that prioritizes the land restitution and reimagine the human settlement agenda to reflect the aspiration and the needs of our people. Let us not focus on the title deeds. We want the land back. Kani mambo.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress in this August House fully support the report of the Department of Human Settlements and its entities. This support is based on the notable work and achievements of the departments for the year under review, which resulted in a performance score of 74%, a significant improvement from the 69% in the previous financial year, which is 5% improvement. However, we are concerned that the department audit performance has remained stagnant, consistently receiving unqualified report without findings for the past 5 years. We commend the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, SHRA, for achieving a clean audit for the year under review. We are equally concerned about the provincial department's performance in spending of the informal settlements upgrading partnership grants, as they have spent 3.6 billion or 86% of the 4.1 billion allocated budget. The grant is meant to alleviate the living conditions of our people. Therefore, its full implementation is paramount. The ANC commends the minister's resolve to transform the housing market in favor of the black majority, prioritizing women in particular, as demonstrated by an agreement between the department and the major commercial banks, which aims at providing funding to the emerging
Honourable
entrepreneurs.
Member, your time is now expired.
The ANC support the BRRR report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? MK?
MK objects.
Objection is noted. EFF.
Until the land returns, we object.
ACDP objects, Chair.
ACDP.
Al-Jama objects.
Al-Jama.
Action SA objects.
Action SA objects. UAT.
UAT, until the land is back, we object.
Honorable members, with those objections, the report is agreed to. However, before we proceed further, I want to draw your attention to the following rules. I draw your attention to Rule 10. A member who willfully fails or refuses to obey any rule, order, or resolution of the House may be found guilty of contempt of Parliament in terms of the Powers and Privileges Act of 2004. I also want to draw your attention to Rule 68, irrelevance and repetition. I also draw your attention to Rule 69, Sub-Rule C. A member may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House and in its forums, including repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer, or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer, or repeatedly disrespecting and interrupting the presiding officer while the latter is addressing the House. Honorable members, and I'm now addressing the Honorable Paulson, I've asked you on a number of occasions, and you have simply ignored the rules of the House. I thus now give you an opportunity to pack your bags and leave the House. I go up. Honorable member, please leave the House. May I request the Sergeant at Arms to assist the member to leave the House. Honorable member, you must leave the House. You're delaying the proceedings.
Don't waste our time.
Please leave the House. Where's the Sergeant
Can I
at
pack my
Arms?
bags at least?
Yes, you pack, but leave.
Hey, Blosser, solidarity. Solidarity.
Honorable member, I'll also ask you to leave the House, who are using the mic without being recognized, because you're doing exactly the same. Honorable Paulson, you are delaying us.
No, I'm packing my...
Honorable members, we will now proceed with our business. Order, honorable members. I'll also ask the NA table to assist to refer this matter to the Speaker for possible referral to the Powers and Privileges Committee. Since the member is still taking his time to leave the House.
Okay, he will apologize.
Order, honorable members. The Secretary order. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
The Honorable Chief Whip has moved for the report to be adopted. I will now recognize parties who want to make a declaration. The DA.
Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture continues to face tremendous challenges. Yes, you heard me correctly, sports, arts, and culture, AE. It still struggles to complete key projects on time and on budget, most notably the Sarah Bartman Memorial Site, which 243.7 million rand spent and 10 years down the line is yet to be marked complete. Honorable Chairperson, the department's problems will continue to multiply unless we take urgent action to stem the decay. It is for this reason that the DA welcomes the committee's report. The committee makes key recommendations that speak to good internal governance and proper consequence management. Notably, the committee's recommendations to expand engagements with the private sector in light of shrinking public resources is to be welcomed. To transform the department into a whole of society portfolio. We may have more sports facilities that are on the way, but these projects must be managed in a way that protects the future of our young people who will form part of our nation's sporting history. Increased opportunities for youth engagement with our artistic, creative, and cultural sectors will no doubt make great contributions to further learning and personal development for our children and our creatives, as long as we make sure that these funds make their way to exactly where they need to be. The committee's recommendations must be implemented in a manner that ensures projects will be completed in their allocated time within their allocated budget, just like in the Western Cape, where the DA decisively, undeniably, and indisputably outgoverns every single party in the Republic of South Africa. It is in the spirit of freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity that we welcome the recommendations that are made within this report. Thank you.
MK. Order, honorable members. Order.
Thank you, Chair. Lapindi Shanga. Honorable Chair, niranda kushoweta President Amina Jacob Zuma. Kwele mga kona na ba akatiko ba Afrika Zonga. Mina nir ayene ni kwenu it 15. Hiya celebrate ngwana wa 1 years. Kunga David anga ba Goliath. Honorable Chair, the BRR for the Department of Arts and Culture, the financial year of 2023 and 2024, outline how the department will alternate its resources, provide hikubani bangani simali kahle.
1 years.
Mina niyimele the artisti leti ti xanisiwaku hi department ya sports, arts and culture. Sports, arts and culture mi endla honge loku lobi artisti mi the undertaker leti ti lahlaku. Mi pfule undertaker mi tshika ku hlonipha ti artisti mi ti nyika mintirho kambe loko mi lava ti vote mi ya ka vona. The budget a yi mina yona hikuva ni mi hlupha ti artist namuntlha ti artist va tlanga a ti tavhenini hi mhaka this department. Namuntlha ti artist mi va vitana swisiwana because a mi va hlayisi. Namuntlha loko mi lava ku ya tlanga ka tirhali ta n'wina mi tirhisa ti artist mi tshika ku ri music hi wona lowu nga mi kulisa hi wona lowu mi tsakaku hi wona. Loko mi dakwini mi dakwa hi music. Pfunani ti artist. Pfunani tinqambi va lava mali va lava mintirho. Everything is forototo.
Thank you, honourable member. Before I call the next speaker, I noticed while the honourable member was making the declaration, there was a hand from a member of MK that went up. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, House Chair. There's a member that speaks during the speaker of MK was on a podium. I think that should follow the honourable
That's the
member
translator.
of EFF. That particular member should get the very same punishment, must leave the podium.
Thank you, honourable member.
Yes.
Honourable members, I've cautioned earlier that you cannot simply switch on your microphone if you are not recognized. Now, you are also defying me, because you're also continuing doing that. I have not seen the honorable member, but I want to request the honorable chief whip of the ANC to please instruct your whips to have a look into this matter, because when I identify the member, that member will have to leave the House. That member will have to leave the House. Order, the EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. We must start this declaration and note that the EFF rejects this BRRR on sports, arts and culture, simply because of poor performance of the department and a lack of compliance and material irregularities and non-compliance and breach of fiduciary during identified during audit performance under the Public Audit Act that resulted in material financial losses totaling to over 200 million. Look, House Chair, in the past financial year, the Auditor General stated that the department made a transfer amounting to over 7.5 million to a beneficiary for implementing a project in broadcasting. The department, however, did not implement procedures to monitor the usage of these funds. In light of this systematic corruption, EFF calls for a thorough investigation into the failures of the registered by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as the Department of Public Works. This department has become a safe haven for unscrupulous white-collar criminals who masquerade as service providers. If it's not the Pantinti traveling with over 500,000 in ground transport in Paris, it is nameless department officials embroiled in disappearing of 7.5 million that was highlighted by the Auditor General. All this happens under the Minister, Papa Joy, who seems to spend more time on social media than getting this house in order. In 2020, Cabinet took a decision to remove all colonial and apartheid symbols that do not espouse the democratic values, and today we still have these symbols in our country. As a departing point, Chair, we take this opportunity to say that Moses Mabhida in Durban, that was built and designed by a young boy in Hammersdale, must be given a recognition.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
Must be given that recognition in Moses Mabhida. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable House Chairperson, we commend the Department's prudent financial management as evidenced by an expenditure rate of 99.6%, demonstrating improved fiscal discipline compared to the previous financial year. The reduction in unspent funds for 68.9 million to 23.9 million is a step in the right direction. However, we are mindful of the challenges posed by budget cuts and fiscal constraints, which necessitated the revision of annual performance targets. The IFP emphasizes the importance of safeguarding funding for cultural preservation, sports development, and the arts sector to ensure these vital areas remain resilient amid economic pressures. We applaud the South African Heritage Resources Agency for its consistent clean audit outcome over 3 consecutive years. This serves as a benchmark for excellence and accountability that will urge other entities within the department to emulate. The IFP reaffirms its commitment to supporting initiatives that promote cultural heritage, empower artists and athletes, and ensure access to resources for historically marginalized groups. It is imperative that we protect the informative role of sports, arts, and culture in fostering national unity and social courage. We call on the department to further strengthen its focus on ground roots sports development, cultural preservation programs, and sustained partnerships that uplift communities. The IP remains steadfast in
Honourable Member,
advocating
your time is now expired. Thank
with
you.
those who support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Fully grasping the fact that the review period of this report is before the new administration, in order to mitigate the risk of an incorrect public perception that the contents of this report refers to the current period of the department, and thereby unintentionally relegating the mind-blowing work being done by the new minister and the deputy minister. Although, as the report shows, there is a lot of work to be done, I wish to declare with excitement that some, if not most of the challenges raised in the report are already in the process of being dealt with. Let's celebrate the inscription of 2 new World Heritage Sites in July 2024, the successful repatriation of the human remains of our struggle heroes from Zambia and Zimbabwe, the intervention by the minister resulting in SuperSport to agree to, at no charge, to allow SABC to broadcast the Springboks versus All Blacks test match on the 31st of August, funding support in Cape Town for the Mitchell's Plain Music Academy and the Isivivana Center in Khayelitsha. The intervention in the Boxing South Africa saga leading to a transparent process underway to appoint a new board. The list of possibilities are endless, like making spinning legal, the UFC championship and the F1 racing that's coming to South Africa. I note that the committee chairperson ends the report with an appreciation message, which we welcome, but I see he omitted one line, which I would like him to add next time. We appreciate the sterling work of the Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honourable Gayton McKenzie and Honourable Peace Mabe. We are confident they will turn this department around. We support this recommendation. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FF Plus.
No declaration. We support the report.
Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. As Action SA, we understand the importance of this department. We have youth in trouble, and that's partly because this department is not in the communities. We are concerned about financial management, as evidenced by the fact that there are 6 of the 29 entities under this department have received financially qualified audit opinions. We are concerned about the lack of support to artists and the lack of support to art in our communities. We are concerned about the fact that we seem to have forgotten that part of the development of children in this country is availability to sports in communities. It's not about being a Springbok, it's not about being a Protea, but it's about being given an opportunity for leisure time that is character building. All of us survived because we had sport as an alternative. We need to ensure that in addition to looking at bringing spinning here and Olympics here, we look at resuscitating sports in communities so that we can get our young people away from drugs and occupied by meaningful activity. We need to be able to create opportunities for choreographers so that we can have more Sarafinas coming out of our neighborhoods. It is this department that has a critical role in those. We urge the minister to improve oversight, ensure that
from
Honourable
Dutch and
Member, your
British
time
law.
is now
Therefore, we don't
expired.
support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF rejects this budget review report of monitoring, planning, and evaluation, as it seems to misunderstand the purpose of the department itself and is complicit in this lack of understanding of the purpose of the existence of this department. Part of the mandate of this department is that it exists to, amongst other things, to facilitate the implementation of the NDP through the development of sector-specific, outcome-specific medium-term plans and delivery agreements, and monitor and evaluate the implementation of these plans. It exists to ensure the alignment of departmental, strategic, and annual plans and budget allocations with government's medium-term strategic framework, and to monitor the performance of individual national and provincial government departments and municipalities. The report itself by the department is silent on whether government has met these external targets, and instead opts to reflect on internal targets which are not its core mandate. Since the department is not aware of its targets it must meet and monitor, and annually we will take this opportunity to point out where it has failed and why we reject this report. The National Development Plan, whose implementation this department must ensure, outlines that unemployment will be reduced to 6% by 2030, and currently in 2024 unemployment in South Africa sits at 32.1%. As things stand, there is no verifiable plan or budgeting to meet this target and cut employment. The NDP, whose implementation this department must facilitate, emphasizes the enhancement of state capacity, yet as we sit here today, this government is implementing the DA policy of privatization and austerity through what is called Operation Vulindlela, which surrenders SOEs to the private sector. State capacity continues to dwindle as municipalities year on year rely on consultants to execute basic functions, and most recently are reported to have spent 1.3 billion on consultancy fees. As things stand, there is no verifiable plan to build state capacity or budgeting in this regard, or how to cut reliance on consultants in municipalities. The department should provide feedback on how they have kept this rot and not tell us about meaningless internal administrative targets they have not met. We therefore reject this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a declaration from the IFP?
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP's consideration of the report is guided by our recognition of the department's responsibility to ensure the implementation of key development priorities of the NDP by all spheres of government. Furthermore, the department is tasked with ensuring coherence, accountability, and alignment in planning, budgeting, and implementation throughout government for the realization of the developmental goals of the NDP. The IFP notes that the department incurred irregular expenditure. However, it must be welcomed that the irregular expenditure is a significant decrease compared to the previous financial year. Our biggest concern as the IFP is that the AGSA reported that for the financial year 23-24, DPME has obtained an unqualified audit outcome with a material finding due to a failure in preventing an irregular expenditure. This is reported to be a regression for DPME as it is used to obtain clean audit outcomes before. The IFP welcomes the fact that the department achieved 95% of its targets regarding the performance information. This is commendable. The department plays a critical role in determining the success or failure of achieving the NDP goals, while effective communication with other departments is essential. In consideration of the issues to have been raised, the IFP Chair accepts the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Patriotic Alliance?
No declaration, Chair.
FF Plus?
No declaration.
Action SA?
Chairperson, this is a very difficult situation for me. I've had 16 years of experience in legislature and parliamentary portfolio committees. I was sitting on that chair listening to the member who just left here talking about this committee. It doesn't sound like the same committee that I've served in. I wanted to serve on this committee. I chose to serve on this committee because I wanted to be part of monitoring and evaluation, and especially focusing on state-owned enterprises. And I wanted to oversee the presidency. That's just grown like Mopsy over the last 7 years, or 6 years. My experience has been confounding, and I can't really say with any conviction what this department does or what this committee does. The only meaningful interaction I've had since we arrived here in July was the one day we spoke about a bill that's in the pipeline. Against this background, I'm afraid Action SA cannot support any additional funding being allocated to this department because we don't know what it actually does, don't know what the ministers do, don't know what the deputy ministers do, and we don't know what the significance of this department is because we have not met any national development goal targets. That is why the Rules Committee supported the establishment of an oversight committee of the presidency, because this is not an oversight committee of the presidency. So I look forward to leaving this committee one day when they run out of budget and going to a real oversight committee that will hold the president to account. Thank you.
The honourable member from the Patriotic Alliance, why do you want to be recognized?
Just for information, Chair, the online viewers for the channel is saying that there's no sound.
May I ask the technicians to attend to the matter? The ACDP?
No declaration, thank you.
UDM? ATM? Gone. Al-Jama? UAT?
No declaration for UAT.
ANC?
I'm not a fighter and I will never be. Thanks very much, Honorable House Chair. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation plays a strategic role in the presidency to harness the nation's translation of the electoral mandate and policies in a national plan through the National Planning Commission. The department plays a central role in ensuring that all spheres of government and their public entities are aligned in the National Development Plan and the medium-term plan. That's what this department is doing. The department has achieved 95% of its predetermined targets, which demonstrates progress in implementation. The department is further tasked with the responsibility to work with other departments such as National Treasury to ensure budget prioritization advances the policy priorities of government. In the year under review, the department produced the 30-year review document, which has encapsulated our journey since the democratic breakthrough. The report highlights areas of progress and areas of challenge. Most importantly, the report highlights structural constraints to economic transformation, thus reproducing inequality and unemployment. The 30-year review report will serve as a key foundation for the development of the medium-term development plan. In the year under review, the department has made progress in monitoring online services and the performance of different states organs in line with the performance reporting standards. We have called on the departments to continue the advance and implement an outcome-based system of planning to increase the required standards of performance
to change the living.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
The ANC supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? Are there any objections to this report being adopted? The EFF?
Thank you, Chair. The EFF objects.
Thank you. Are there any further objections?
MK objects?
MK? There at the back. Action SA?
We object, Chairperson.
UAT?
UAT object.
Thank you. And with those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on Vote 14, Statistics South Africa and Brand South Africa.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, House Chair. I propose that the report be adopted.
Chief will propose for the report to be adopted. We'll take a few declarations for those parties who wish to make use of the opportunity. The DA.
House Chair, the National Treasury relies on accurate population data by province, town, and local district to distribute resources like vaccine vials to areas that need it most. This data is gathered through a national census. The 2022 census run by Stats.SA was not successful due to challenges like COVID, the lack of rental vehicles, insufficient staff training, and the public's fear of engaging with census workers. Only 69% of our population was counted, far below the international standard of 95%. This led to populations of towns like Beaufort West being seriously overestimated. Others like Joburg claim to have been underestimated. Stats.SA still gathered data for 43 million people. There may be inaccuracies, but National Treasury needs the data on births, deaths, income and labour to ensure that financial resources are allocated fairly. The Statistician General claims that the data is too biased to release. The DA believes this data must be released, even within a closed forum among expert demographers who can assist Stats.SA to arrive at reasonable population estimates, comparing Census 22 figures with their own data on clinics, primary schools, and IEC figures. A census is the biggest peacetime operation a government runs, costing billions. The DA has called for the next census to be held as soon as possible, but for now, let's use the data gathered, particularly on births, deaths, income, and labour, so that resources are equitably split to where they're needed most. On Brand SA, there's a duplication of the functions of SA Tourism. Merge the two entities, and they will be more impactful on branding. Brand SA reporting to the Department of Tourism will be financially more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MK.
Thank you, Chair. The key mandate of Statistics South Africa is to collect, produce, and disseminate timely, accurate, and official statistics for the country to advance economic growth, development, and democracy. Official statistics are crucial for the planning function in any country. This statistician general had requested budget funding of 600 billion from the National Treasury for the 2022 census, but they were only allocated 3 billion. Stats.SA has acquitted itself very well in the face of many challenges that they faced. The MK Party is aligned with a statistical body whose role is to improve the lives of people through data ecosystem. The MK Party understands that policy making and implementation must be based on data that is produced through good collection methods. However, for a significant period, a staggering 20% of positions remained vacant, including the position of Chief Financial Officer, which has been vacant for over 2 years. Sadly, Stats SA did not get the budget it requires from National Treasury. Turning to Brand South Africa, it did not have a board from November 2022 until March 2024. This resulted in a governance vacuum as the acting chief executive officer assumed the role of accounting authority. The absence of the board resulted in delays in filling key vacant positions such as those of the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer, which have been occupied by acting incumbent for more than 2 years. The Executive Authority has only recently appointed a fully constituted board of trustees. The MK Party...
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this budgetary review recommendation report on the planning and monitoring and evaluation, primarily due to the challenges at Stats SA relating to funding and skills which are not adequately addressed or planned for, and this is a recipe for disaster. Last month, we received the midterm budget policy statement from the Minister of Finance, Enoch Godongwana, and one of the major discrepancies which are least spoken about is how Treasury continues to rely on 2011 census data for its budget allocations to national, provincial, and local governments. This has been a consequence of unreliable census data developed by Stats SA, which is now underscored in this report, which states that the 2022 census data undercounted the population by 31%. The consequence of the skills shortage and funding at Stats SA, which is part of a large austerity program by this government, means that the entire fiscal planning of South Africa relies on outdated data. Sitting here today, this government cannot accurately account for the population and the levels of poverty. It cannot accurately plan for development required in various spheres of society and subsequently allocate the budget accordingly, because you do not know how many people you must plan for financially. The confusion continues in another sensitive area such as sexual crimes, where it is noted that crime statistics released by SABC and the Victims of Crime Survey does not correspond, meaning there's inaccurate planning for the scale of sexual crimes and how they must be responded to. This department provides no coherent plan on how these challenges will be addressed and again fails to appreciate its own mandate and becomes a department of reflections rather than monitoring and evaluation as it calls itself. We therefore reject this report.
The IFP.
Honorable Chair, the IFP recognizes the important roles of Stats SA and Brand South Africa in national development and improving the country's global image. However, concerns about local management and alignment with national priorities exist. Stats SA is struggling with budget constraints that limit its ability to provide essential statistical data for planning and policy making. Funding shortages affect critical surveys, risking the production of inclusive data needed to tackle economic and social inequality. To improve data accuracy, increase funding, staff training, technological upgrades, and collaboration with academia and the private sector are essential. Brand SA has faced challenges in enhancing the nation's image further, as its campaigns often lack measurable outcomes. Governance issues highlight the need for reform and better coordination with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. To align with the National Development Plan, Brand SA should implement performance-based budgeting connected to measurable outcomes and focus on strategic initiatives. The IFP is committed to strengthening oversight and community engagement to ensure that statistics efforts and campaigns meet public needs, advocating and effective outcomes to make sure that the departments are measured properly. With this in mind, Chair, I wish to say the IFP supports the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The PA?
No declaration, Chair.
FF Plus?
No declaration, House Chair.
Action SA?
Chairperson, Stats SA overspent its budget by 80.9 million rand due to the implementation of unfunded cost of living adjustments, overspending on leased vehicles and fleet services tied to Census 2022, and the Income and Expenditure Survey. They have unauthorized expenditure of 128 million rand. They have irregular expenditure of 13.4 million rand due to non-compliance with supply chain management policies, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 14 million rand, with no effective corrective operations reported. They have a high vacancy rate of 19.1%, way above acceptable public service norms, and they have a moratorium on appointing staff, which impacts on the organization's ability to deliver reliable statistics. They have a high staff turnover, including critical skills like statistician, which further weakens the department's effectivity. Now, why do you have Stats SA if it can't give you reliable statistical data? And the report says that. It's not reliable. The impact of resource constraints is that there are severe skills shortages that threaten the quality of core functions and undermine the production of reliable population statistics critical for national and provincial planning. It's important to highlight that reports on crucial statistics such as food security and poverty metrics were delayed and unproduced due to resource constraints. The absence of these reliable population statistics and food security and poverty metrics makes this entity redundant in my eyes. The audit finding says that they're on their way to a qualified audit. All the red flags are up there. The census recorded a 31% undercount, raising concerns about data reliability. Brand SA, if we carry on like this in this Parliament and in this department,
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
we won't be able to promote Brand SA because you cannot put lipstick on a pig. Action SA cannot support this report.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP joins other speakers in expressing deep concerns about Stats South Africa and the impact of the 2022 census data. Now, it is very important that we all speak about the local government equitable share and the provincial government equitable share. But what did National Treasury have to say about the data that it had to rely on? It says in the medium-term budget policy statement, the phased release of the 2022 census data has delayed the availability of information needed to update the provincial equitable share and local government equitable share formulas for the 2025-26 financial year. So how is Parliament, how are we going to consider the budget next year when the National Treasury is already saying that data is unreliable? National Treasury says this delay affects the release of income and expenditure data essential to update poverty measurements in both formulas. Both formulas, listen to this, both formulas still use data from when? 2010, 2011. This is disgraceful. This is disgraceful. The biggest impact, National Treasury says, of this delay is on the local government equitable share, which relies heavily on this data. And this, fellow honourable members, indicates the severity of the situation when one cannot rely on the data given by the 2022 census. The question is, how could we evaluate the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, and how are we going to evaluate next year's Division of Revenue as well as the budget when that data is not reliable? I'll leave that question for us to consider going forward. But clearly, far more needs to be done to improve Stats South Africa.
Remember, your time has
Thank you.
expired. Thank you. The UDM. Al-Jamaa. UAT.
No objection.
The ANC.
Modulasetulo, a ke go leboge go mpha sebaka gape. Thanks very much, Honorable House Chair. For any country or development to be successful, scientific data is required to inform plans and implementation to achieve desired outcomes. The recent census of 2022 has provided the nation with critical statistical data which reflect the state of social and economic development. We must commend Statistics South Africa for its resilience in conducting the census under the condition of the COVID-19 pandemic. Statistics South Africa remains amongst the best, Honorable House Chair, in the world and is used for lessons of best practices. We recognize that the entity has a high vacancy rate, which requires additional funding to attract and retain its technical capacities. We are confident that the implementation of Statistical Amendment Bill before the President, which requires the establishment of statistical unit in state organs, will enhance the capability of state organs to measure outcomes and also improve the quality of performance reporting. We support Brand SA and recognize the important role it plays in positioning our nation's image among other nations. As a country, we continue to play an important role in the global stage, be it in entertainment, sports, politics, arts, business, and other fields, and Brand SA should leverage our rich cultural diversity and talents. As we host the G20 next year, we expect Brand SA to lift our image and enhance our global cooperation. We support the budget review and recommendations report of Statistical South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the motion again. Are there any objections?
MK objects.
Are there any further objections?
Thank you, Chair. The EFF objects.
Right at the back. Honourable Trollip.
Action SA objects, Chair.
UAT.
UAT object.
ACDP objects.
Thank you. Are there any further objections? No further objections, and the motion is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I request you to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.
Thina sizwe, thina sizwe, esimnya sikhalela, sikhalela, izwe ilathathwa,
ilathathwa.